Just fine. I need a motion to call it back to order.
I mean, she looked.
We'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. At this time, I want to say thank you for practicing your democracy and being a part of this give and take and information-wise. And to me, it's definitely an educational piece when we start talking about these different ordinances. At this time, I'll ask if there's any announcements from the board here. If not,
Mr. Chairman, I have an announcement.
okay.
I wanted to announce that the safety committee did an inspection of the Senior Services Center as a follow-up to the last meeting. There were no ADA issues found, and we have a meeting to discuss the inspection scheduled at the end of July with Social Services Director Patrick Betancourt and Senior Services Director Jennifer Hollifield. And at that meeting, we will review the safety inspection and work with Patrick and Jennifer to identify any other problematic space or parking issues that the senior center is currently having. And we'll try to come up with a plan to address those issues as well. And we will bring this back to the board in August.
Okay. Any more announcements from the board? If not, if you're for the moment of silence, if we'd all stand and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Josh Young will be the person.
Please address the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we go into the public hearing, I'd like to say a couple of things to you, and also Josh Young may want to address you also. But let me say, as your chairman, you all have done a tremendous amount of work and research. The emails that you've sent out have been very proper, respectful, not rude and crude. So that tells me there's a quality of persons that can address a problem without getting disrespectful, rude and crude or anything like that. I want to make sure I said that to you to say how much I appreciate that. Because if I read an email and I'm cursed out in the first paragraph, it goes blink. So I don't stand around there for more of that. But I want to say no one, the emails I've had, and I probably had over 100, was anyone rude or crude. I want to say thank you for that. One thing I wanted to say, don't take this wrong. Let me finish before you throw me out. I'm an educator. And when it comes to this arena, this is not my expertise. But one thing that is my expertise is that when you look at quality, you want to make sure you understand it. I'm talking about Gary Shields. To me, what y'all presenting tonight, especially on the 3 ordinances, is educational, which is very, very important that we all understand it to certain degrees. And for this board here, I think we have a responsibility to understand it probably beyond what you may understand it. And so the thing I want to do and share with you, I am not 100% prepared. I received my information on the I call it A, the soil erosion sedimentation ordinance. I received it. People, you got over 30 pages in here, and I received, I believe it was last Thursday, and it's got over 30 pages in it. I received also at the same time, I call it B, amendment by the Macon County Board of Commissioners, Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. It's 30 plus pages. Then I went to C, which is the third amendment we'll be looking at tonight, amendment by the Macon County Board of Commissioners to the Macon County Flood Prevention Ordinance. That's 35 plus pages. I do not know everything about this stuff, but there's people out here that know much more than I do. So to me, what you're doing tonight is an educational component, especially for Gary Shields. And what will happen at the end, and this is where I don't want you to leave me, is that I want to understand what you're saying. But three different, I'm going to call it A, B, and C, three different ordinances. I'm not sure my brain can stack that all together in one night. So I'm going to ask, and they have to prove this too, that when we get down to have to make a motion of what we're going to do, I'm going to ask that the motion be made that we table it. Now hold on, because all three of these coming to us tonight, if I don't separate them out, like A, that would be tabled to the August meeting. I want everybody talking tonight, because this is that break-in time when you're going to get the piece of educational component. But then again, I want you to come back and talk to us about B in August, and that'll be your Macon County soil erosion and sedimentation control. I want you to come back, and whoever speaks with that, that's fine. But we won't just stick with that one subject where it'll stick better on my brain. Then in September, the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance, I want that group to come back and just talk to us about the watershed. And in October, I want this group to come back about the Macon County Flood Prevention Ordinance as a single group too. People, when you get hearing all these at one time, it does. I don't separate it. I don't do good. But if I can listen to you one group at a time, I'm the educator. I can understand it better. So when you present tonight, please do, because it's a piece of the educational component that Gary Shields, and I'm sure this board here, wants to hear from you. But also, I want to hear again from you as a singleton group. And that'll be my motion. Now, I may win or I may lose, but I'll let you know at that time. At this time, Josh Young would like to address the group. Swap chairs, okay.
I'll turn the mic right here. So, I'd like to mimic what Mr. Shields just said. I'll have to agree. The emails that I've received have all been professional. They've been very well thought out, very detailed. And you know, I'll have to agree with most of them. I don't have any problem. I think nobody likes to table. Nobody wants to table this off for 3 months. First thing I want to say is thanks for showing up in person. I mean, that's powerful. You know, I recognize right now that everybody in this room come off of work, dressed up, and showed up at 6 p.m. tonight. So first off, I want to say thank you. I mean, this is democracy, and this is how it works. And I think it's our job here to listen to you guys. And there's power in numbers. I feel like, you know, I think we should table this floodplain thing for a bigger reason than that. I think there needs to be more roundtable discussion. Maybe outside this meeting. Maybe we all kind of collaborate a little more. I think what's happening right now is, I don't use these numbers as generalized, but 90% of the county doesn't have a clue what's going on. If you walk out there right now, most people don't have a clue what the floodplain, what the ordinance is. But this 10% right now, we all, I think we're more like expert level, kind of understand what cause and effects are right here. So I think that's what we need to do and really kind of find what suits everybody, what suits the county. But with the understanding that there's no way that everybody's going to be happy with everything. I mean, there's no way that everybody's going to walk out of this room and be 100% happy. So I think we have to be adults, agree to disagree. I agree with what Mr. Shields just said. I think we should table the floodplain to more community discussion. I have no issues with that, and actually I encourage that. And I do say thank you for the emails, thank you for your time. And I just wanted to address that before the public hearing, because I feel like I'd really got to have a lot of discussion about this. A lot of you out here really haven't heard from me, and I'd actually like to speak. I've got a lot of stuff that I'd like to say about this from a regional standpoint, from a local standpoint, and from a fairness, again, regionally. So I'd also like to share my input with you and see what kind of, new detail or maybe proposed changes, or maybe we keep it the way it is, but I think at least everybody can be heard. And I think the problem tonight is the most of this group out here doesn't feel like they've been heard or been listened to. So I feel like if nothing else, we need to take the time to listen and then come back up with a better plan. So really that's all I wanted to say before the public hearing. I don't want you guys to feel like, that this decision had to be made tonight. If it is made, look, there's 5 men up here, and it is what it is. But I feel like that was my take on this, and I wanted to share that before the public hearing.
And the better plan I hope he's talking about would be the August meeting, September meeting, and October meeting, how the A, B, and C, how those would fit into there. And it just gives, in anybody's email, have not seen a emergency cry. Hey, we got to have this yesterday, or anything like this. I think we're dealing with something, we want to get it right the first time. And so at this time, I'd like to open our meeting for public hearing. Also, Mr. Rowland and where's Caleb? Is Caleb going to be with you, Mr. Rowland?
Caleb's presenting, yes, he'll
Does he need to be?
open the public hearing. Yes, we have Mr. Gibson here with us tonight.
Tell us a little bit about Caleb there.
Caleb is going to be appointed tonight as the ordinance administrator for floodplain and watershed. So
Okay,
Caleb,
here.
if there's ever been a,
Pull it up very close to you. There you go.
can everybody hear me now? Yes. We're going to appoint Caleb tonight as our floodplain administrator, watershed administrator, and I think if there's ever been a better example of baptism by fire, I don't know if it's not. It is not, but no, we're pleased to be able to do that tonight. And actually, I think Tammy had mentioned earlier. Tammy, I think would you like to move that before we get into it, or I think before have we called the hearings to order yet?
We can do that at the end of the public
Okay, we'll do that. We'll do that after. So, with
Just
that
keep
being
me
said,
straight.
Caleb has been in our planning office. He started out in tax and moved to planning. Been over there going on about a year now, and
About 8 months.
doing a great job. And appreciate his willingness to step up. And he is really, you will see shortly, he is a quick study, and pleased to have him before us here tonight. So, thank you, Caleb, and we'll turn it over to you at this time.
Caleb, hold this second. Now, y'all help me with this. The presentation of proposed changes, that means you have 5 minutes. Is that
Mine's
right?
gonna be short and sweet, just basic overview of what the changes are gonna be.
Okay, but 5 minutes is what we've allowed. Then if we have a public comment, you'd have 3 minutes. I'm not sure y'all have that information, but you'd have 3 minutes and to make your comments there. All right, Caleb,
Okay,
rock and roll.
so we're doing the soil erosion first, correct? Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm gonna call it A, because that's
Okay.
proposed amendment to the Macon County Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Ordinance.
Okay, so as of right now, any land disturbance that's over a half an acre requires a sediment and erosion control plan from a design professional. If the change is made, if you vote for it, it'll be over an acre. And I just want to give you like a reference. Right now, the county has 15 that I inspect that's over an acre every month, and only 2 that's between a half an acre and an acre. And I also want to reiterate that these changes have already been approved by Grand Parish with the DEQ. So they've already looked at this change too, if you guys decide to move forward with it. that's basically for the erosion control, that's the only change that's proposed.
Okay, now, at this time, I wanted to do my best to call out some names that are to speak during the, on this subject, soil erosion sedimentation control ordinance. Sarah Johnson.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Sarah Johnson. I'm from Octo. My family owns property on Coweta Creek and North Fork Coweta Creek. And I oppose the proposed amendment to the Macon County Soil Erosion Sedimentation Control Ordinance. I believe that allowing up to an acre of disturbance weakens the purpose of this ordinance, and the county has several federally protected species of fish and amphibian and freshwater mussel. The one that I fell in love with is the spot-fin chub. This is its breeding colors. It's a bright electric blue. It's not like this all the time. And if you can see, my map's very small. I apologize, I didn't have time. But we are right here in the hot pink area, and that means we've got a very high amount of biodiversity in our fresh waters. It is worth protecting. It's worth paying attention to the scientific studies funded by taxpayers and the government about your hellbenders and your suspended sedimentation problems. Sorry to give you more reading material. And you have my sympathies about your agenda.
Thank you, Sarah.
Not quite done, I'm sorry. Here's a visualization of what this looks like. I don't know if everybody else behind me can see, but this is the sediment problem in the Little Tennessee when it meets the Colisagia. Can you see it clearly?
I can see it.
Okay. If you'll notice here, this is a turbidity chart. This tells you how much of your dirt a fish can handle. And when you get past 6 into 7 to 10, it starts killing them. These freshwater mussels, they can do a big job, but they can't do it forever. That actually hurts them. Over time, makes it harder for them to function. It gives them physiological stresses, makes them more prone to disease, getting sick, and it causes their habitat to choke out. I'm about to run out of time, but you really need to look at this one because this is your hellbenders that you're losing. Every one of these red squares is a lost hellbender. All the green ones that you have right there are the only ones left. Now there might be some hiding away in a few streams, but this is what the state biologist is studying. I got this picture from her presentation at the library. I took a picture. She didn't give me permission to do this. I did this. And that's pretty well all I have to say. I do have copies of the hellbender stuff if you would like them. I would have emailed it, but it was hard to email. Thank you.
Sarah, I hope you can come back in August and when we take this one on as a singleton and share those with us.
Thank you.
But if you got something to read, put it out here where we can.
I'll do my best.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good job.
Pardon me?
I hope you care about hellbenders.
Susan Irvin, or Susan. There she is.
Hello, thanks for letting us speak tonight. You've heard from me in a couple of meetings lately asking you to keep our floodplain ordinance strong. So tonight I'm doing the same thing about the sedimentation and erosion control ordinance. We've all seen our streams and rivers run really dirty, even in the last few days. We've all seen muddy water gushing off construction sites. A half an acre of disturbed land is a lot. A full acre is really a lot. Some people do a bad job because they really don't know what best practices are. Others just want to do it fast and cheap. A good regulation gives guidelines and at least helps in keeping mud where it belongs. Taking things a little slower and doing it right is a virtue. Please don't vote for more mud in our waters, more ditches and culverts full of sediment, more deep gullies in our mountains. All three of the ordinances you're having hearings on tonight are really about the same thing. Deregulation of protections we have in place. Deregulation may sound good and freeing, but it depends on what you're deregulating. How many people will benefit from having RV parks in our drinking water watershed? Not all land is suitable for all purposes. Many places in the world have had clear flowing streams and rivers to enjoy and use appropriately, have had productive agricultural land, forest-covered hillsides and mountains, plentiful clean drinking water, a good rural way of life. But they didn't take care of it. They chipped away at it. They went for what they wanted or thought they needed in the moment. Every man for as much as he could get. And now they're paying a high price. We still have all those good things, but we have to choose to have them continue. Every one of them can be destroyed very easily. So as you make your decisions on each of these ordinances, we hope you will treat the land where we live as more than a commodity, but will choose to treat it with respect as the home we love.
Thanks very much. Callie Moore.
Good evening, my name is Callie Moore, and I represent Mountain True. Mountain True is a nonprofit organization that champions clean water, resilient forests, and healthy communities across the southern Blue Ridge, including Macon County. My background is in water quality and watershed management, and I have more than 25 years of experience here in southwestern North Carolina. First, Mountain Tree would like to applaud Macon County for continuing to support a local sediment erosion control program. Studies have shown that counties with local programs have fewer violations, less sediment pollution, and cleaner water. And that's very true here in Macon County. We still have a lot of clean water and a lot of good aquatic biodiversity. Mountain True asks that you retain the existing ordinances requirements for an erosion and sedimentation control plan for land development activities that disturb more than half an acre of land at a time. In the mountains, with our steeper slopes and higher amounts of rainfall, professionally developed plans and the installation of appropriate best management practices before construction begins are required to protect our waterways from excess sediment pollution. So that the ordinance not only requires this plan, but the plan outlines the best management practices that have to be put in place before construction starts. So that's a very important part of it. Half an acre of disturbed soil can generate an overwhelming volume of runoff and erosion in just a steady rain event, much less a thunderstorm. If that much land is being disturbed, having a plan is not too much to ask to protect our waterways. And I would just ask everyone to remember that this is not a requirement for developing a half-acre tract of land. It's a requirement for literally disturbing half an acre of ground, and there's a big difference. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Irvin, I know you've already spoken. Can you make sure you get Ms. Moore's card, phone number or something? Kayla, where'd you lie at? Okay. Do you know Ms. Irvin, who just spoke a few minutes ago? Do you know her?
I do, yeah.
Okay, so y'all exchange cards and,
I haven't got a card, but I'll take yours.
all right. Sound like be a good person to have on your team for next month's meeting. Rob James.
Hello, my name is Rob
James. I've been a Macon County resident since I was born in what used to be Angel Medical Center in the middle of town. I am here honestly to oppose any change to the flood ordinance and the soil erosion ordinance. As a child, I ended up growing up pretty well close to the middle of town of Franklin. And as a kid, I remember going down trying to fish in the Little Tennessee River. And one of the things that I very much remember, especially when you started getting into Lake Emery, I never seemed to ever catch anything. Just walking along the side of the river with my fishing pole. One of the other things I remember was back in 2004 when Ivan came through. I remember wading through the water in my brother's shop and remembering how absolutely just dirty and red it was. And I remember hearing that my uncle had been severely injured when his house landed on him after Peaks Creek decided to land on him as well. He ended up losing his leg and luckily survived. But I very much remember as a kid passing over the rivers in town, going to school or anything like that, and seeing after a very large rain or any just regular rain, how thick and orange and just soupy the river was. Since this ordinance, which I didn't even know it passed when I was a child, I was 14, 15, I think, when this was put through. I have noticed that for even as dirty as the river will get, it's nowhere near as bad as it was when I was a kid. I remember it looking just as red as any exposed clay that you see out here. And now, I mean, even the dirtiest I've seen it is still not as bad. So I'd like to propose that we don't make any weakening of the soil erosion ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Don Reese. Don or Dan?
Don.
Don, I got you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And I want to thank you for your honesty and admitting to all of us tonight that you are not an expert. And, I'm not either, but I have passion. And my passion is clean water for everyone. Clean water, clean streams, clean well water. And what I'm hearing here, Sarah really hit it. You got a problem. And you got a problem, existing problem, that you need to take a look at. And you're wanting to loosen up restrictions on certain things. That makes me scratch my head and think, what in the world are you doing? You need to, if anything, strengthen things and create cleaner water, not loosen restrictions and pour more mud down the streams. Shoot, you can drive, any of you guys can drive around, look at the Little Tennessee, look at any stream after a heavy rain. You don't see clean running water, you see mud. Half an acre don't sound like much. I got news for you. That's a big change. And I hope you do the right thing. I hope you get the hydrologists behind you, engineers, talk to FEMA, because when you start filling in floodplain and everything else, who's going to come to the rescue? FEMA. They're going to be picking up the bill. The federal government. You want the federal government in her all the time? It's going to happen. And I appreciate you welcoming us, because we're going to be here next month. We're going to be here in September. We're going to be here in October. We ain't going anywhere. We're going to be here until the very end, until the right thing is done. All the experts are right here behind me. Do the right thing.
Thank you, Don. Let's see, I may get this wrong. Angela Faye Martin? Did I miss that?
Nope, you got it right.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't gonna speak tonight, but since y'all parsed it out into 3 components, I only know 2 other people, maybe 3 in this county that are ever in that river when it's pouring down rain besides me. So it behooves me to get up and speak about what my experience is. I don't cancel a river trip because it is my job unless there's more than an 80% chance of rain that day. So I have loads of pictures, and I'm glad y'all want to chew on this for a long time, because I'm going to be with you every step of the way, as Don said. We're going to look at all the pictures that I've taken while I'm in the river of variances, where's Caleb, where permits have been granted by this county that are not stringent enough. I did the 2020 census, and I drove all over this county and Swain and the Qualla boundary. And every time I saw an egregious violation of soil and erosion and sedimentation laws, and lacks of silt fences, and things that weren't being enforced properly, I called Joe Allen's office. I talked to Joe. Joe said, Angela, you need to come down to the office and sign a complaint. I said, oh great, I live on a road. I'm gonna turn in a bunch of builders so they can come shoot my house up overnight? No, I'm not gonna go and start fights with builders because of what they're doing in the floodplain and the kind of roads they're punching in for their own self-interests or their own self-interests. No, I'm not gonna do that. He said, well, you don't have to write legibly. So that's what we're dealing with. That's what we've been dealing with. I watched plumes of orange milkshakes. Anyone ever been to Atlanta from the varsity? I know Keith Vickers has. And gotten a large FO walking? I see large FOs walking. That's a, what, frosted orange? Frosted orange walking when people are doing the wrong thing on the river. And I'm taking up more time than I need to. Other people need to speak on this. Please don't do this by a death of 1,000 cuts, whatever you do.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Pam Walker.
My name is Pam Walker, and I am a new resident to Macon County, and I just wish I would have got here faster, sooner than later. And the reason I'm here is because of this beautiful county and what people believe in. I don't want to see fill in the floodplain. This impacts us all, and we want to solve it all together. Property rights and impacts, not just one small, but multiple takes a snowball for generations. Just think, you know that Woody Guthrie song, This Land Is Your Land? How about this landfill is your landfill, and this landfill is my landfill? So your kids and grandkids will thank you for their future by saying no.
Now, Brian, I may miss this. Brian Almeida? Brian? Let's see. It looked like MEIDA.
I'll take his spot, I guess.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Phew.
I wasn't coming here to speak, but I live right beside a wetland that Josh Young just sold,
after it's been landlocked for, I've been there 17 years. So all this is kind of funny that he sold the land and now there's this big issue about wetlands. You couldn't get to it because there's a wetland. So I'm a little upset about that, Josh. I'll just call you out on that. My upsetness is not just about that though. We are all the people looking at our dead kids. I'm just going to call that out. We are losing so many kids to overdose, to suicide, to living in the forest, they can't eat. I want to see all of us come together for a plan to spend the money that's in the bank right now. We got to do something to save lives. I'm putting up boxes with Narcan all over the county so people can access it in the middle of the night. And we're talking about filling in land so we can make money. Help me with this. I've been here 17 years. I came as a prevention specialist to save lives here. And I'm having the same conversation, only worse, 17 years later. Bobby, you've been with me along this walk. There's so many people in here that have been following this. We need to adjust our priorities, folks. Help me. I have almost 500 quarts of hot food that we've served since Christmas because people on the south end of the county are starving, living in cars with their children. And we're worried about filling in land to make more effing money. Help me with this. You are in the paper. I'm a parent to your children. They're dying. I'm good.
At this time, we're going to be closing the public session. Mr. Nolan, we need a second on that, or a motion on that, or need a motion second to close it? I'll make a motion to close the public session. You got the time?
6:50.
Okay. And a second? Did we do that?
We need a motion and a second to close it.
Yeah, I made the motion, close the public session. Josh seconded. Any further discussion?
Not about,
Yeah, about this closing? All in agreement, closing, raise your hand. 5-0. Okay, Tammy, do you have another?
no, so now we do, now you can have a discussion with the board about that issue.
Okay. Okay. Okay, John, or you're over there, you want to start with us? Do you have anything you want to add to this?
Well, I hear everybody with your complaints and your concerns, but I grew up on the Colossaga River, and where the Colossaga River comes into the Little Tennessee River, we used to tube from there to Town Bridge. And as I was 9-10 years old, I could wade all the way down that river until Town Bridge. So this is not a new sedimentation problem. That's number one. Number two is I don't know how many of you have ever realized or saw the river come almost to Town Hill before. The river has flooded almost to Town Hill before. So these floods are not new. I am part of, I wouldn't say I'm a licensed contractor, but I do some grading work and stuff like that. But I will tell you, it seems to me like if you have an erosion problem on construction sites, maybe we should strengthen the inspections of that construction site and put up a hefty fine. I've seen numerous construction sites where the silk fencing has fallen and washed away, and everything else. These muddy rivers is nothing new to Macon County. I remember growing up going down 441 when it was a 2-lane road and the river crossed the road. You couldn't travel down 441. So this flooding issue is not a new problem to Macon County. And so I just wanted to address that with that. But I think instead of worrying about the half acre, we need to come up with a solution to put a hefty fine on these erosion control issues in this county. And that's where I stand on this. It doesn't matter. I mean, if we have a half acre restriction now and we're having muddy rivers, obviously we're not doing something right on the half acre. So you telling us that we should have no land disturbance in Macon County? Because I'm going to tell you something. I grew up listening to people. I'd love to know how many people in this room tonight that actually live on a river. Okay. All right. Okay. My point to this is.
Everybody stand up. You all live in the
Okay.
You all live on a creek.
Well, I don't know that you're going to like where I'm going with this.
Okay, y'all go ahead and have a seat. Thank you very much.
So my point is, if there's a piece of property on the river that's vacant, and I want to live on the river, but you tell me I can't do it.
We're not saying that.
Well, no, wait just a second. Wait just a second. We can build in a floodplain, but we can't add a culvert to get a proper driveway to it. I owned a campground on Coweta Creek. I had the county come to me and tell me that I had 7 years to operate that business. It had been there since the 60s. And the county come at me and said I had 7 years, and then I had to move all those campsites out of there until I got my attorney involved. And I was grandfathered in. But I hear it, I see it all the time. Folks, I've got mine, but I don't want you to have yours. You may like what I say, you may not like what I say, but I will tell you the truth, I will tell you the facts. The problem is with the inspections and the permitting to strengthen the erosion control put into a construction site.
Do both.
Keep
Thank you.
Strengthen it.
So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Sherrill. Anyone else? Okay. Can you do it? Okay. She mentioned your name. I think you have this is public.
Is Miss Almeida out there?
I think she left.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I think now, I'm gonna make a motion that we.
Mr. Shields, I have a question before
Yes,
you
sir.
do that, and it's to this board. What are the state guidelines and requirements for the size of parcel for disturbing?
You're over my head. I've got this package I've read, but I was trying to remember all those type of things. There's Caleb. Caleb, you want to repeat the question?
Caleb, what are the requirements from the state as far as the parcel size of land for disturbing? Is it a half acre, is it an acre?
An acre.
Okay,
That's the state guideline.
okay. All right, thank you.
We're not the state.
Hey, I'd like to, just, since she left, I just want to go on record since she called me out. It's ironic that she talks about drugs and floodplain on the same sentence. And it's irrelevant to talk about my personal business, but I feel like just because I got called out, I want to address this. Ironically, I sold that property next to her house and we bought the motel across from the Tractor Supply. And if anybody's seen it in the past year and noticed how the drug activity's been gone and it's been rehabbed up, that's where that money went. It was sitting in vacant land, so we made a small investment there. So I just feel like when I pulled the vanities off the wall and you heard the stuff drop and you looked down, those were needles. And so I just feel like it's a positive, but I just wanted to kind of share that with her. I don't think she realized that.
Well, where did that go to move? And what did you do to help those people
Sorry?
get into recovery?
Can't help you there. Can't help you there.
Okay.
I would say this, because of that Narcan station that they have down there off of Phillips, I saved a life about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I happened to know where the station was, and the kid got out of the car, and his friend was dead. I mean, he was pretty much on his way out, okay? And I've been a first responder to him.
Okay. Thank you,
And if I
ma'am.
had not known where that Narcan station was, that kid would be dead. And yes, she does need funding, and she wonders why we are having this conversation here, and I totally get it.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, at this time, excuse me, Paul.
Caleb? Front center, please. I don't envy your job, Caleb. Worked 10 years as an inspector in Macon County. It's a tough job, and I appreciate what you do. But you've been thrown into this thing. How many ordinances are you considered to be the administrator of in Macon County?
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Here you go, Paul.
How many ordinances do you administer in Macon County?
I guess none until later tonight.
Wait a minute, I can't hear you, Caleb.
I said I guess none until later tonight when y'all swear me in. But
That was gonna be one of my questions. You must be sworn in as administrator, and we're gonna do that tonight?
But most of my job has been dealing with the erosion control and sediment. That's what I do most of it.
Name some of the ordinances that we have, other than the 3 we're discussing tonight. Is the sign ordinance still an issue in Macon County?
Sign ordinance, the sexual oriented business ordinance, these 3 we're doing.
High impact?
High impact. Subdivision.
Telecommunications.
What?
Telecommunications.
Yeah, the telecommunications. I think there's 10 or 11 of them.
How many guys you got working for you?
No.
And I've been around since we started all these ordinances a long time, 30 plus years. And my view of an ordinance is worth 0 if it's not enforced. And I think John alluded to that. I'm in the construction business, and I see a lot of things. I've been in the grading business. I'm not now, but.
And it's not possible to see all the sites in 1 month. Like, we see all the ones we're talking about, 15 and 2. But like each individual house out, there's no possible way to, unless you get more people for that.
So we're doing lip service here.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter what we do to these ordinances. It ain't gonna get any better. It ain't gonna get any worse.
Leave him alone, won't get
Let everybody got an opinion. But there's no way that you could be the administrator of 10 ordinances. So what do? How do we address this thing? It's like this floodplain thing. I'm not in favor. I'm not educated enough or not been informed enough of the proposed changes. I think it needs to be a comprehensive review, not only of that ordinance, but of all of these ordinances. If we don't have enforcement, they're going to need to have another ordinance. I mean, it's just paperwork. And it's a box, it's a hassle to the applicants that are trying to get permission to do something, a lot of times on their own property. And I know a lot of people that don't get permission and go ahead and do whatever they want to do. And that's where we're seeing a lot of the issues with erosion control, sedimentation, and a ½ acre, yes, it's a pretty good sized piece of property, but you put a driveway into a proposed house site 200 or 300 feet off the road, before you know it, you got a ½ acre disturbed already. And so it's just, what do? There's no way, and I appreciate what you do in your service, but there's no way that you can properly address every issue that is associated with the ordinances that Macon County has. That's all I got to say.
Where are we gonna increase funding from? Yeah, was there a position?
Okay, let us-
eliminated?
We're gonna be able to hear some more of this, you know, when we do this as individual groups. At this time, I'd like to have a motion made. I'll make the motion that we table this proposed amendment to the Macon County Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Ordinance. We'll pick up again as a group discussion, our topic discussion in August at our board meeting. And I guess I need to have a second on that from the board, that we table it.
What's the date in August?
Second Tuesday of the month. Help me out a little bit. Second Tuesday of the month, 6 o'clock.
We got that.
Okay. And I'll make the motion that we table this conversation till that time. Is there a second to that?
Second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Antoine. Any other discussion? If not other discussion, a vote by raising your hand. All in favor, raise your hand.
Goes three, you got three.
3. Bad eyes this way. All right, we got 3, so we'll move this conversation again. We'll table it and move it again till August meeting pertaining to the Macon County Soil Erosion and Sedimentation Control Ordinance. Anything else? We need to go to the, so I've got to close this one.
Move right along. And take an action, so now you move on
Go
to
to
the
the-
proposed amendment to the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. And we have Mr. Gibson with us.
Let's see, do we have another paper? Let's see, the watershed, the proposed amendment to the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. So we need to make a motion, we closed one, we're opening another one, right?
Presentation.
Oh, no, you gotta have Caleb first, okay. All right, Caleb.
For the changes to the watershed ordinance, it's under the special non-residential intensity allocation. And what this is a variance that allows commercial type properties to request and be granted more allowable impervious surface area up to 70%. Like I said, this is normally for businesses, and this, I guess, would be a business if it's a RV park. The Watershed 2, which is most of Highlands, is 12% buildable, what we enforce residential. And the Watershed 3, which is a lot of Cartridge J, is 24%. So that'll give you perspective on how much more you can build on it for the special purpose.
Okay. Let me check my notes here. This time we'll open the public hearing pertaining to the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. The person do we have to go ahead and open that up in a motion?
Yeah.
But do we have to open it up in a motion? So I'd like to have a motion to propose amendment B to the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. Make a motion for that to be, or I need a second on that.
We need to have we open the public hearing. So
Okay.
now we open the public hearing.
Yep, that's what. Motion goes to who made the motion.
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Then your public comments.
You got to vote.
We just
All in favor?
We have a motion and a second.
had a motion second here, right?
Yeah.
And any further discussion? Not all in agreement, raise your hand. 5. Okay, we'll move into the public comment of 3 minutes. Lee Walters. Lee?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just a few disclosures right up front. I am a member of the Macon County Planning Board, and I am not speaking as a board member.
See, try right there.
Sorry.
Green.
A few disclosures first. I am a member of the Macon County Planning Board, and I'm not speaking on their behalf in any way. I do own floodplain property, and I'm a retired insurance adjuster. One of my clients was National Flood Insurance Program from FEMA. So in regards to the RV park allowances, I think they should be treated basically with the same density respect as whatever housing is in that category right now. So the watershed, one of the main purposes for a watershed is to ensure that you have clean, unpolluted water. So adding to the density just doesn't do that. Density could be very high, and I'm repeating myself, so I won't do that. Sorry about that. High density is not consistent with rural housing. And I'm just, in my mind, I'm reflecting on one RV park that I have up in, or not that I have, but that is up in on the, it's up in Whittier. Anyway, their density is high, it looks terrible, and I think there's an aesthetic value to go along with this for not allowing an RV park to have high density in the watershed area, mainly for pollution. So I got 1:30 left. Do I have permission to make a public service announcement real quick?
Are you selling something?
No. No. This is.
Well, I'd have to give everybody that opportunity.
This has to do with the Nantahala Community Development Club, which you all have supported, and we thank you very much. This Saturday, July 27th, we're holding our Arts and Crafts Festival at the Duke property down at the put-in for the river. We're going to have up to 60 vendors. We invite you all to come. Thank you very much.
And, let me ask you one question. Is that July the 26th or 27th?
27th, a Saturday.
Saturday. I've been invited, but they had it on the 26th.
Well, you're invited to the 27th.
That'll be Sunday. But it was
27th is definitely Saturday this July. Thank you.
Okay. Sarah Johnson.
Good evening. It's Sarah again. Sorry about it. I oppose the proposed amendment to the Macon County Watershed Protection Ordinance. I think that allowing recreational vehicle parks to receive a special non-residential intensity allocation this close to the waterways in our water supply watershed poses a risk to the community's right to clean water. It also will take up a lot of your ag land. And currently, I got this map from the U.S. Forest Service, taxpayer money. We've got, I don't know if you can see it, some of y'all can see it. Most of Macon County is labeled functioning at risk. This little section in blue is my area on Collier Creek, my mom's area. And yeah, functioning at risk. That's not necessarily a good thing. That's not too far from us in South Carolina is really functioning at risk, impaired. This is the Forest Service telling you that your watershed is functioning at risk. If you're doing things to increase the intensity on your land cover, you're messing up the land's ability to absorb the water. And if you let all this rain wash your pollutants that drip off these RV units, their septic issues, because they have to have septic there. Most of these places come to these places to discharge their septic pumps. So unless we got a plan for that, you're gonna have everybody cheek to jowl, because currently a residential home is about like one family per acre. And I've seen RV parks where they cram a lot more than one family, one RV on an acre. That's why this is a special intensity allocation thing. It is intense on the land. Thank you.
Betsy Banks.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Thank you for saying it correctly, Mr. Shields. I appreciate you. I'm a resident of Otto. I live on a very small little creek, and my expertise, I am a freshwater environmental educator. I am also a volunteer over 10 years with a biomonitoring program, and I am a master scuba diver trainer, dive instructor. So I know a little bit about water. And my first point that I would like to make is in great big letters. If I had Sarah's wonderful displays, it would be a W, and then somebody else would hold up an H, and then the third person would hold up a Y. That's my big thing. Why in the world would you want to change something that is protecting this amazing, beautiful county that we love? Why? That's what I got. I don't understand that, because I honestly do think, and I've told you time and time again, I really do think you're honorable men. And I do think that you care about this county. And I think that something's happened to put some blinders over somebody's eyes and to say, well, it's not broke, so let's fix it. And let's change it. And I'm not going to guess at what reason that is, because I don't know what's in your hearts about this. But I really want you to look inside your hearts and say, why would we change something that's working very, very well? I have a minute 28. State guidelines. Yep, state guidelines. Let's be less protective, because the state is. What works for the beaches works for fresh water? No, it doesn't. What works for estuaries? No. What works for other topographies? Ours is very unique and different, and that's what is worth protecting. Ours is a gem. Number 2. Hefty fines on problems. Let me tell you, I'm a former co-owner of a building company, and hefty fines on hefty checkbooks make zero difference. Those people with tons and tons of money who are doing big developments, they don't care. Go ahead, fine them. They don't care. They've got the money. The damage is already done. Coming back from that damage won't do it. But yes, enforcement is a good thing. So let's do enforcement. Let's protect what we've already got here. Let's not weaken these, please. Last thing, that specialty non-residential intensity allocation. That red line where it says we're not going to hold RV parks accountable, get rid of that red, leave it in, hold them accountable. Thank you guys.
Don Reese.
I wasn't going to talk about this, but I do have something to say. I want to talk about something was just said about RV parks. I've seen something since I've came here that kind of amazes me, and it's how everything's just put on a septic system. It kind of blows me away. Why aren't we expanding our sewer systems? Having better sewer treatment plants. RV parks with septic systems, that is a no-go. In a floodplain, that just does not make sense. They need to be tied into a sewer system where we're not contaminating groundwater, people. I do have one. I know what I'm talking about because I worked and put in sewers for 30 years. And I know one thing about crap. It's not good in your water. It's going to make you sick, and expand your sewer systems, people. We're way behind. I just don't get it. I just am amazed sometimes at the things I see around here. And it's time to take initiative, spend some money, get some federal grants, get some money in here to strengthen our sewer system. You know, discharge it, because with the water, we discharge this water. I don't know if you guys know that. Downstream, it changes everything downstream. Some things in sewer treatment plants can't be filtered out. Remember that. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Angela Faye Martin. Angela's still with us? There she is.
There are people in this room that know more about impervious surfaces than I do, but I will say really quick about RV parks. When I'm paddling the river, I know I've taken y'all down the river a lot at these meetings, but when I'm paddling the river, one of the most egregious examples that I ever see, and it's consistent with every RV complex that I pass by on the Colasaja, Cartouche, or the main stem of the Little Tennessee River, is the habitat loss that is incurred for animals at the hands of whoever manages or whoever's allowed to manage these RV parks. And 9 times out of 10, they're cleaning it all up, the riverbank, so it won't look snaky. And these aren't herpetologists we're talking about. These are just guys that have a weed eater that are cleaning up the riverbank, keeping it from being snaky. And they don't realize that by doing that, they're increasing the habitat for venomous snakes when they daylight the riparian area, by the way. And that's a PSA for everybody, actually. 9 times out of 10, this is facetious, but it needs to be said. You might go to their door at their RV, and you might see a dragonfly tapestry. You might see it's something that some fern motifs on their lawn furniture. Well, the whole time they're cleaning off the riverbank in these RV parks, so it's not snaky. They're killing any possibility of habitat for dragonflies or other odonata. And they're screwing up the entire ecosystem. Thank you so much for what you said about septic, because I will never put my head in the water in the Little Tennessee River, and it is because of the RV parks.
Rob James. Did I get that right, Rob? Okay.
Sorry about that, I forgot my name again. It happens. So to kind of echo what a lot of people have said, I oppose RV parks for multiple reasons. If you have a septic system out there that, who knows, hundreds of people are dumping their septic into, you may think, oh, well, I've got a leach field out here. It's going to clean it up, or I have a small treatment plant. That's all fine and dandy until the river decides that your RV park is part of the river. And then that septic's contents, they're in the river then. Yeah, and I agree. I don't really want to see more RV parks. I mean, heck, I had a friend of mine that told me, he's like, oh, I've got my RV and I'm going to go camping over in Pigeon Forge. Check this place out. This is a fantastic place. And he sent me this to this website, and the first thing on their front page was a parking lot. I'm just sitting here going, I was like, hold on, you said you were going camping. Oh yeah, I'm going camping. It's out here. I was like, that's a parking lot with an adjacent, children's playground. That's not camping. I don't want to see more of that when I go paddling down the river, or even just driving down the road. we don't need that pollution in our rivers, and honestly, you know, we have Standing Canyon. We have a lot of other wonderful places that these people can go and they can visit. It doesn't need to be in the floodplain, where I believe I saw recently from Hurricane Beryl, your RV and all of the RVs beside you can just get washed away and probably die. And I don't know, I've not tried yet. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Paul Chew. Paul, did I get that last name right?
Yes, just
Okay.
like it sounds. I am Paul Chu. I'm a local small farmer and teacher, and I'm neighbors of Sarah and Rob. We live in a very little valley off the North Fork of Coweta Creek. South of our valley is the hydrologic lab, and I hadn't heard much about the lab. I know they have a lot of expertise, especially in things like road construction. You know, we're in a very pristine valley, but a lot of our sedimentation is coming from roads way up the mountain. So those issues really aren't being addressed very much. I mentioned that I farm, and I do basically no-till farming, and the advantage of that kind of farming is the water soaks in the ground. Anytime you disturb the soil, you have erosion and you have sedimentation. We have a lot of forests in this county, and rainfall landing in a forest soaks in and there's no sedimentation. So anytime we're disturbing the land, whether it's farming or roads or whatever, we're going to have a problem. So I'm not really addressing this ordinance, you know, or any of these three, but I have some general comments. We can learn a lot from indigenous cultures. They've shown us how we need to treat our Mother Earth. To take only what is given and leave the rest for the future. These cultures have shown us that working with nature is beneficial to natural systems or ecology and our future sustainability. And we don't have much time left. They practice controlled burns for the benefit of improving habitat. Controlled burns is now a big topic. We talk about it a lot, as if we invented it. We see again and again where we have tried to take advantage of our mother, that she has had the last word and we're the ones to suffer. We try to teach our children to do the right things, put things back after you use them, leave things better than you found them. But somehow these rules don't seem to apply to us. We take fossil fuels out of the ground, burn them releasing carbon, stored carbon, but we don't put it back. We remove mountaintops to get what doesn't belong to us. If Mother Earth wanted us to have these things, she would have given them freely to us. The only things that she gives freely is the sun, wind, and water. And all living things depend on these three things of life. I've got just a little more if I could finish. Indigenous cultures acknowledge the laws of nature and practice the honorable harvest. We have lost most of that knowledge and replaced it with our own laws, ordinances, and such thinking that somehow we know better. Indigenous cultures didn't believe that the land could be owned, yet we make agreements within our culture to own land and do as we please. The land doesn't belong to us. If someone buys land that's floodplain, I assume they knew that when they bought it. And whether we believe in God or not, floodplains exist and they serve a purpose, not for us, but for the balance and harmony of nature. When we disregard the rights of nature to serve its own purpose, we invite retribution. Remember, our Mother has the last word. Thank you, Paul.
think I messed up on this first name a while ago. Is Miss Almeida still here? Somebody that's, what is Miss Almeida's first name?
Stephanie.
What about a Brian Almeida? So are they still here? At this time, we'll close the public hearing. Is there a motion to close that? I can make the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
John? Any further discussion coming from the board? No more discussion? Okay, all in the, raising your hand to, that this public session, open public hearing is closed. Don't you lose mine, man.
Got 5.
I think you do, got 5, okay. Now, is this the time to move us into a, for our next session, table it?
We need to
Discussion by the board.
Discuss it.
Discussion by the board.
Okay. Let me close it out. Any further discussion by this board?
Go ahead, Paul. You got anything you want to say? Because I started the last one. Where are the headwaters to the Little Tennessee River?
Betty's Creek.
Where is Betty's Creek?
Raven County.
Raven County. All right. So just south of the headwaters for the Little Tennessee River, there's a campground that was just built there. Real nice campground. I've never stayed there. And I get you take your little tours down the river in your canoes and your kayaks and all this other stuff. But you know what? Whoa, 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 whoa,
Slow it down, folks.
whoa. And I respect the fact that you go down the river in your kayak and your canoe and you host your people and all that. But you should also respect people like me that love to camp.
You don't
So-
sound like you're being respectful.
Hold your comments.
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
so as human beings, we all have our interests. And we should all work together to come to common ground for this and not one-sided. I have 3 campers. I love going to Standing Indian and spend all my time out there. It's a beautiful campground. I also love to take my camper to the beach. And I love to take my camper to Lake Chateau. I don't know of any time my sewage has been in that lake, river, or anywhere. You also got to remember, in these houses being built in the floodplain, those septic systems are sealed. It's okay. It's okay that we put a septic system in the floodplain, but we can't put a septic system in a floodplain for an RV park. Where's the common ground for this?
The amount of use. The amount of use for a single residence versus a big park. That's
So,
We need to move on, Sarah. Thank you.
Sorry.
so you want to talk about history? Where's the Indian mound? Where's the Indian mound built?
Population density.
It's in a floodplain. If you want to talk about filling in a floodplain and erosion and stuff like that, the town of Franklin would not be here. All those businesses built on the river have been filled in. Have you ever heard of a bottleneck? Anybody ever heard of a bottleneck going down the highway? You have a 6-lane highway. All of a sudden it merges into a 4-lane highway and you get traffic. If you don't know what it is, go down to Mountain City and watch what happens right there every weekend. It takes 45 minutes to an hour to get through there. The same thing has happened on the Little Tennessee River. We have come into Franklin where there is field, and it backs up south of Franklin. It has nowhere to go. You want to talk about, Commissioner Higdon hit the nail on the head. You want to solve all these problems? Do away with the Lake Emery Dam. That will let that river flow freely. You will do away with the floodplain. You will do
Let
away
him
with
make his comment.
the floodway. So you want to solve the problem? Right there's the problem solver.
Where's the data?
Let him
Show us the
finish.
data on that. Yep.
It's a silt pond.
Wait.
Of course it is. Show us the data.
That's all I have to say. I respect you wanting to kayak. I respect myself wanting to camp. So, and no, I'm not in the business to open a campground. I'm just saying, as a person, if you like to camp, you should be able to camp. And you should be able to like to camp on the river or the lake or wherever. That's it.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to, what's up?
If I was smart, I probably wouldn't say anything right now. Never claimed to be very smart, but
He's very smart.
so listen, a few points I want to make. You know, point of clarity is we're not talking about putting RV parks in the floodplain. It's a watershed. And it boils down to impervious surface. Those of you who understand this, I feel like that's the conversation we're having. But relevant points, information I have, our county is 53% water service. And you're allowed to build, according to Caleb's data, 24% in that watershed. That's what we're talking about right here. It's not about putting campers in a floodplain. A point that I would like to make, and this probably is going to hurt some feelings. Go down to the old dairy on Clark's Chapel, and it breaks my heart to go by there and see a bunch of double wides and all those 8 and 10 foot foundations. I'll just tell you the truth, I think it looks terrible. And I supported that sitting right here on this board because we need housing. We need affordable housing. It's a catch-22. But I would 10 times rather sit right here and see paved roads with a nice Class 8 RV right there that they can pull out of there. What they've got down there is gawky. It looks terrible. So I'm just telling you right now, I feel like you're danged if you do, you're danged if you don't. I'll take it a step farther, and probably going to get reprimanded for this too, but the first time one of those nice mobile homes goes bankrupt and some kind of farmer needs H2A housing, that whole park now is diminished. And I hate to say that, that's just the way I feel about it. But I feel like I'd rather have a nice, clean, I don't want junk, I don't want a camper down there, I don't want old tin sheds, but I imagine a nice, clean park if so desired. I don't want to see development. I really don't like development. I live here too. I'm 5 generations too. It pains me to see an old dairy get broken up like that. I hate to see it, but what do? So just point of clarity, that's the issue at stake here. It's not about putting these things in the floodplain. That's a different issue. It's about buildable, non-porous surface in the watershed. 53% of this county is Forest Service, and 24% of that watershed is allowed to be buildable, and that's the issue here at stake. Please correct me if I'm wrong with anybody that has more data than that. That's what information I have.
Any more discussion from the board? Let's see, can we go ahead with the motion? Can I go ahead with the motion to table this till the second Tuesday of August? I need a second for that. Can I go ahead?
Is that your motion?
Yes.
You can make the motion.
Yes. Okay, at this time, I'll make the motion that we continue this discussion. We'll table this discussion till the second Tuesday of August. Let's see, or is it September? Let's bring it September, excuse me. Give me a second. Second, that we move it to this discussion, table it, move to the second Tuesday of September. Any more discussion? All in vote, raise your right hand.
3.
3. Okay. Now we need to close, no, we've closed it out. One more. Do you have another paper? Here you, Paul. The last proposed amendment to the Macon County flood is the Macon County flood damage prevention ordinance. At this time, I'll ask Mr. Caleb Gibson. He's already there.
Okay, as we know, there's no fill dirt allowed as of right now. And with these changes, 25% of the flood fringe on one parcel may be filled. And anything in excess of that 25% will need approved no adverse impact certification. And I will say, they will have to have all the permits and all the stuff we're doing for anything to flood too, right now. And we kind of modeled this after Broadband and Henderson County's ordinances. They were stricter than most, but they're less lenient than ours. So I feel like we kind of did in the middle on this. So
At this time, I'll make a motion that we're going to have an open public hearing regarding the Macon County flood damage prevention ordinance. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Second. Any more discussion from the board? If not, all in agreement, raise your hand. What was the count?
5-0.
5-0. Okay. Okay. Bob Cook.
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I'm going to take a little bit different tact on this. I'm not here to save the Snail Darter or the Red Horse Park. They're important. The thing that's important to me is what I've worked all my life for. I'm a property owner, and I'm part ownership of 5 acres of riverfront property in the Little Tennessee River. I live in an area with 35 lots, all of which own part of that same 5 acres. Additionally, there are other property owners who have riverfront property on the Little Tennessee, as well as across the river. Our property has a deck, a bathhouse, pavilions, fire pit, and swings, all for our property owners to use. We maintain them quite well. In 2004, I was here, and the flood put in excess of about 10 feet of water at our riverbank. And my understanding of this ordinance is that it only allows 25% of the property to be backfilled. That doesn't sound like very much, but there's an island just to the north of us, and there's about 15 lots on there. So if you have 15 lots that have 25% backfilled all along the river, and then the property across the river does the same thing all along the river, that water is going to go someplace else. And where it's going to go is where I live. And I'm not too fond of that idea. My understanding is that it may or may not cause this, but if the water runs over that fill dirt, it will take that fill dirt with it. Currently, the flood normally just comes up to our road, and when it does, it requires repairs just for the small amount that it does. And if fill downstream causes water to rise any higher, it will cause us a lot more damage and a lot more frequent basis. Additionally, the stretch of river from Rady Bend to the Needmore area at one time was noted as a premier smallmouth bass fishery on the East Coast. That brings fishermen from all over, and that brings money. Bottom line is our property brings tax revenue, and the river brings in tax revenue. We already fight a battle in our area of bank erosion. Let's not have this add to our concerns and rising waters from from the northern part of our river. Please reconsider any support you have for this ordinance change. Thank you.
Lee Walters.
I have to talk to them for a minute. How are we going to do that?
Thanks for letting me talk again. Disclosures, same as before. I won't reiterate them. So just want to go over the flood fringe and how it pertains to the filter. So here you have a picture, a basic picture of the waterway and the flood fringe on either side of it. This is where the filter is proposed to go. Next page. So the flood and the fill fringe is permitted in the following ways in your new ordinance at no more than 25%, which has no engineering requirement, no other restrictions. B, in excess of 25%, it requires engineering, and there are additional restrictions. The problem with the ordinance and this wording in Article 5, Section A17 is it has nothing to do with volume of fill. It's only referencing a surface area. Go ahead and flip. No, next to the one before it. So here we have 1 acre with a 1/4 acre of fill. Everything looks fine, right? Next page. That's the top view. Now let's go to the side view of the same property. So there's a 1/4 acre of fill. It's also a 1/4 acre high. This is a true representation if you were an earth-moving contractor and you wanted to make mountains of dirt. So this is what potentially, with improper definitions and wording, and I don't think this is your intent, but this is how this ordinance can be abused. So, and then just imagine that 20 acres out, and how bad that would be. Next page. With over 25% fill, an engineer is required. And this all has to do with the no adverse impact definition. That's how it's applied. That the actions of one property owner does not adversely affect the flood risk for other properties or communities as measured by increased flood stages, flood velocity, flows, or potential for erosion and sedimentation. That's the definition that's in this ordinance. So the argument is any significant additions of fill cannot comply with the above definition. It's impossible because math rules. Engineers can opine on what the word adversely means because that's a key word in that definition, but fill displacement is a mathematical reality. Everything you do has an impact, period. So you can't even obey the definitions rule. So my opinion is only minor amounts of fill required for special situations should be permitted, as in access issues or erosion repair. Whatever Mother Nature messed up, let us have the right, without having to jump through the hoops of engineers and all this, there should be some provisions for us to do this. So, and so one thing about single property may not represent a significant issue. Let's say if you did do this and added your 25%, it may not make a particular impact on the river at that point. But now you're going to allow everybody to do it. So it's a cumulative effect, and that's just out of sight when you start to do those calculations. An engineer, when he goes and looks at a piece of property, he's not going to take into consideration cumulative effects of all the people doing it.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, sir. Sarah Johnson.
I'm sorry. Good evening. My name is Sarah Johnson, Otto. I'm opposed to all proposed changes to the Macon County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance. I believe that these changes weaken the protections on our very special watershed. They throw gas on our vanishing farmland problem. They will endanger life and property in the long term, from having to have people go into the floodplain later and rescue people or property out of it. We get a lot of rain around here. This is the Appalachian rainforest. This is the area that's left that meets the criteria of it. We get a lot of rain here, almost 6 feet. Highlands can get almost 7 feet. It rains a lot. I think further decisions should not be made until Mr. Allen's position is, while Mr. Allen's position is vacant, but I see now poor Mr. Gibson is going to be doing this. I'm sorry. Still, no experts have been called for this, and I would like to know if the county commissioners sincerely want to call on experts, or are they just requiring the citizenry to be our own experts and advocates? I'd like that. And also, that while Mr. Young's deed restriction remains pending, we should halt any further decisions until we have a way to verify a possible conflict of interest. And I'm not picking on you, Josh. I'm sorry. I would do this for anybody that I thought was, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, but
No offense taken.
you gotta know your field floods. It floods real good. Thank you.
Jordan Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I want to start off by thanking y'all for being here and for what you do. I can't speak for everybody here, but I sure don't want to be up there in those chairs on any Tuesday night, much less this one. So thank y'all. I'm going to read a little something, and I'm going to say a little something. So I'm Jordan Smith, Executive Director of Main Spring Conservation Trust. I represent a board of 16 folks and about 15 staff that live and work in Macon County and the surrounding counties here. Main Spring typically avoids political involvement in matters like this, as we believe land conservation, sustainable agriculture, and clean water are nonpartisan issues. However, the proposed amendments to this ordinance directly threaten the lands that we've worked to protect for more than 27 years. These lands represent investments by private landowners, state and federal tax dollars, as well as private donations to protect those lands. We've publicly stated that any weakening of the current flood damage prevention ordinance would ultimately harm downstream property owners and negatively impact rare and prime farmland soils, as well as critical habitats within the floodplain. Yes, floodplains aren't a new thing, or floods aren't a new thing. But the reason they aren't worse than they were 20 or 30 years ago is because of the ordinance that's in place, that's been in place for a couple of decades. Bottomlands, particularly mountain bottomlands, contain prime agricultural soils. North Carolina currently ranks second in the nation in the rate of farmland loss, second in the nation. In our mountain region, bottomlands hold not only significant agricultural value, but also essential cultural and environmental importance. Main Spring advocates for smart development that supports both residents and visitors of this region. The land that we have here is really special. I think all of us would agree to that. We all live here in this place. And we're dedicated to preserving the unique values and the natural treasures that make this area globally significant. I really commend how you opened the meeting, Commissioner Shields, Mr. Chairman. I hope that you all are sincere in wanting to listen to folks as you decide to table these ordinances. And I just want to say that our organization is glad to be at the table for those conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Doug Woodward. I'm an engineer. 30 years ago, I was on a subcommittee that served at the pleasure of the commissioners in search of a new landfill site. Macon County was running out of space. Our subcommittee had no commissioners on it because we were recommending to the commissioners. It seemed rather incestuous to go that route. We also had all of our meetings public, and we had quite a participation from the public. Some very good opinions. We sought out for 6 months experts who could offer input that we didn't have. And in the end, we evaluated every piece of property in Macon County over 125 acres. And we came up with the present landfill, which we all use. I think you can see how that relates a bit to the way we're going about, choosing to, well, what I want to say is, at that time there was a terrific need. No one questioned it. We had to have a new landfill site. What I would question now is where the impetus for this change is coming from when we have a very strong ordinance in place. And here in the mountains, we have very little floodplain compared to the lowlands. We need every bit of it. The fringe areas are just as important as any other part of it. When you fill any bit of it, that water moves into the river and goes downstream. We're the headwaters. Given a little bit comes from Macon County, but we're the headwaters of two major river systems. One that goes to the Gulf, the other to the Atlantic. So what I'm saying is we need to stay with the ordinance that we have. People that live downriver of us, whether they're in this county or whether they're 100 miles from us, depend on the quality of the water that we get.
Bill Attorney.
Thank you. I think you all know me. I'm Bill McCarney, landowner on the Little Tennessee and biologist who studied the Little Tennessee for many years. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Shields and Mr. Young for their comments at the start of this session. I think that set a very good tone. And I'd like to thank those of you who voted for tabling lengthier discussion of these things. I think that's merited. It certainly makes me feel a lot easier about not having to talk about 3 issues at once. So I'm going to confine myself to the floodplain issue, and what I have to say is going to be very brief. You've all heard a lot of arguments about this. I don't think I can add anything significant in 3 minutes. I do want to focus on one thing, and it has to do with numbers of people. I look around me here. I see we had to move upstairs. We've got a big crowd. All of these people would rather be all of us would rather be somewhere else right now. I also have heard directly from you and indirectly that you're getting a lot of letters and emails on this subject. I know there's at least one petition circulating. There may be others that I don't know about. All of this says to me that those people in this county who are informed on this issue are very overwhelmingly in favor of thanking the previous commission and planning board who put in place the excellent floodplain control, floodplain ordinance that we have in place right now. And I want to keep it that way. In conclusion, I would just like to say that as this process unfolds and we come to the end of it, if any of you vote for gutting the present floodplain ordinance, I won't presume to know what your motivation was, but we all will know in the future that your motivation was not to reflect the interests of the people that voted you in.
I may need some help. And I think it's Alex.
Alex Heiss, I got you.
Okay, Alex, give me that last name again, buddy.
Heiss.
Spell it for me, please.
H-A-I-S-S. That'd be German. Don't worry, everyone has always mispronounced it.
All right.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. It's nice to meet y'all. This is my first time ever being here. My name is Alex Heiss. I've lived in Macon County half my life and in Swain County before that. I grew up swimming, snorkeling, and paddling on Little T, and I'm here because someday I want my kids to do the same thing. For that reason, I oppose the proposed changes to the floodplain ordinance. Now, commissioners, what I want to impress on y'all is how much of a chord this has struck in your community. Look at how many new faces are here because of this, and to highlight this, I'd like to ask everyone here in opposition of the new floodplain ordinance to please stand up. Oh, it's like just about everyone. And you can be seated. You can be seated. We're all tired. I just want to say that seeing y'all here makes me so proud to be a member of this community, and thank you for coming. Commissioners, the opposition to the proposed changes does not stop here. When we heard about this, my friend Garrett Carson and I got together and we made a petition. I started out just emailing folks, texting my neighbors, and asking them to share the petition within their communities. We put it up on June 28th, and I thought 50 signatures would be a big deal. And this morning we were at 292. Opposition to the proposed changes is not limited to Macon County. Signatures have come in from around the country, from the people who come to Macon County because they love the river. Talking about the paddlers, the fishermen, the families. I think their voice matters too, because those are the people who wander down Main Street from store to store, buying weird smelling soaps, cool rocks, and t-shirts with bears on them. I don't understand the obsession with fancy soap, but I do love them spending their money here. There's been some implication that we don't know what the people in Macon County think about the proposed changes. I think the message from the tourists and the locals is clear. Don't mess with the floodplain. If you want their money and you want their votes, I think you should listen. Thank you. I'll pass it around, y'all. Don't worry.
Canyon, I'm just doing this on purpose. Where's Canyon Woodard? Come up here. Good to see you. Long time no see.
Great to see you.
I'm here because I was born and raised here and I absolutely love these mountains, our waterways. Grew up raft guiding on the Manhala, floating on the Little T. Takes a lot to get a young person. The commissioners meeting on Tuesday night. There's some other places I'd rather be. Alex, heck yeah, that was awesome. And if you're a regular here, thank you. Sorry to be so infrequent. I don't have a lot to say other than I oppose making these changes to all three, that direction as opposed to the other direction of strengthening these. And I heard a couple of you talk about enforcement, and I think that that's a great way to go. I'm curious if you're sincere in that, and if you can come back to us with a plan for getting the resources and the staffing that we need for enforcement, because I agree that seems like really one of the primary issues here. And you also talked about listening, and from the responses that I've heard after the first, after A and B, I'm sorry to say I got the impression of that you're sitting there with your ears open but not really hearing what the folks were saying. And, you know, yes, this is democracy. Unfortunately, in our democracy, money plays a huge, huge role, speaks a lot more powerfully than people oftentimes. And I hope that's not the case in our community. I think the people have spoken resoundingly tonight, and I hope that this is democracy and that y'all really, really listen to that and listen to the experts you have in this community.
Thank you. Mark Little.
I came here with my wife with full intention to try to be informed. And I'll say that right now, you know, I've certainly come from the same side of the fence that most of the arguments have been made here. I'm a lifelong whitewater kayakist. I started paddling these rivers in 1972, raced competitively in the Southeast and across the United States in the late 70s and 80s, and have always been drawn here. My wife and I moved here after our business careers kind of winded down. I've got a lifetime of experience in developing sites in the tens of thousands of telecommunication. So I've built sites in areas that were similarly cited to be problems in flood plains and high runoff areas and concerns for community. I experienced some of this when we built our home here in Macon County. But what I'd like to tell you is that I came here expecting, you know, I see a cadre of people who are really well informed with the ordinance. I didn't see the ordinance. I haven't seen the three ordinances nor read them. So I'm hearing a lot of emotion and a lot of input that is based on how people feel about the rivers, the same as I feel about the rivers. But I'm a detailed person who would, you know, given the direction, point me towards the new ordinance descriptions so that I can read them, be better informed. I love the idea that you're putting it back for better information. I think you'll get probably, potentially from what I'm hearing from the people who it's obvious did and have read the proposed changes, that you'll probably get even more pushback. I may be on board with that pushback as well, but I'm still on the fence until I know more about it. So the quick points that we see here on our agenda, not enough for me to sit here and say, you know, bad ordinance, don't go down this road. I can tell you just as a personal opinion, when I first heard about it and read it in the paper, the 25% just seems so out of whack. It's so out of whack. I can understand an opportunity for 3 to 5% in any developed site that need to be able to bring in fill to make things work, but 25% on the non-incursion area, don't see it, don't understand the reasoning for that. So that's what I have to say. If somebody can point me in the direction of where I can get copies of the proposed ordinances, I'll pull them online or I'll go and get them.
Caleb Gibson, where you at? Caleb? Whoops. Caleb?
Ask him. Portion under maconec.org
Are they on our website?
Phones were difficult to know.
I can give it to you.
MaconNC.org.
I wanted you to.
And I want to drop it the Friday before the meeting.
Yeah, I just wanted to be one of the same.
Mark, MaconNC.org. You can get it there, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Scott Basin.
Wearing my fish shirt tonight.
Oh, yes.
I'm gonna wear this to every one of the meetings that has to do with the watershed. The fish don't get to say nothing, right? They just get whatever we give them. Right now, we're wanting to give them a bunch of dirt. They already got plenty of dirt. They don't need no more dirt. You take a gallon of water, you put 25% sand in it, 25% of the water comes out. It's easy. It's just math. It's just basic math. There's nobody here tonight that's arguing in favor of these things. I don't know why we're even here. This is like a problem that's fine, and now we're creating a problem that doesn't exist. That's all I'm saying.
Scott, democracy.
Yeah. Democracy.
Rob James.
Well, now I know what it feels like to be the band closing for Johnny Cash. Everybody else here has hit the nail on the head multiple times, and I'm just here to oppose the adding 25% fill to the floodplain. Especially, I can only imagine how much fun it would have been if that had been in place, especially in Otto in 2004. How much more water would have shown up. That's pretty much it. I think everybody else has covered the point very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Callie Moore.
Good evening again. My name is Callie Moore, and I represent Mountain True. Mountain True is a nonprofit organization that champions clean water, resilient forests, and healthy communities in the Southern Blue Ridge, including Macon County. Mountain True asks that you retain the existing floodplain ordinance that has served the community well for 17 years. As a couple of speakers have mentioned, our main concern is related to the cumulative impacts of filling in the floodplain. 25% may not seem like very much when it's a 1 acre lot and you're only filling a quarter of it, although to me that's still a huge amount. But when you take a 10 acre piece of farmland, for example, then you can fill 2.5 acres of the farmland in the floodplain. Speakers have already mentioned the floodplain loss and how drastic it is. A large percentage of Macon County's floodplain is in agricultural use at this point. This change would increase development pressure and loss of farmland. Farmland provides food and valuable ecosystem services, including the floodplain retention. And it also draws very little from county services like fire and EMS and things like that. So preserving our farmland is a good thing to do for both clean water and our economy, as well as, just our future of food, being able to provide food for ourselves. But again, the cumulative impact is the biggest thing that we're concerned about. I don't think anybody is arguing that filling the floodplain displaces floodwaters. Half an acre here, quarter of an acre there, and it won't take very many years to make a significant impact on these particular sub-watersheds and then the river as a whole. once that development is in place in the floodplain, we can't get it back. It's very difficult to get it back. We can get it back. FEMA has bought out development in floodplains before. But we just don't want to be in that situation, I don't think, here in Macon County. The last thing I'll say is that Henderson County, so comparing Macon County to Henderson County, you know, there's no comparison. I mean, Macon County is way more steep slopes and narrow valleys than Henderson County will ever have. And in addition, Henderson County has required stormwater ordinances that provide additional protections for, you know, development, whether it's in the floodplain or not. And so I would just really hesitate to use anything that Henderson County is doing as a basis for what needs to happen here in Macon County. So again, we ask that you retain the existing ordinance. Thank you.
Kenneth McCaskill.
I appreciate being able to be here tonight. And as you know, I represent the Macon County Farm Bureau Board of Directors. We are opposed to these changes, but I want you to think about some other things that haven't been mentioned. We talked about loss of farmland. The Board of Directors doesn't want to lose any more farmland. Once the dairy grows houses, it doesn't grow corn again. It doesn't grow dairy cows. It's never going to be that again. So that's the last crop it'll ever grow, is that crop of houses. But let's think about something a little different that hadn't been mentioned a lot. There's a cost associated with this, and we're not willing to, on a local level, fund things that we need to. But when you build in the floodplain, you're adding to your emergency services. They're going to have to fetch these people out of here when it floods. And I've done that for a few years. Somebody mentioned FEMA. Well, folks, that cost everybody in this room money because federal flood insurance is subsidized, and FEMA has to come in here when we do have a disaster. And yeah, if you lay down 40 acres of corn on the ground next year, you can probably have another crop. If you lay down 40 acres of houses and kill 50 people and endanger 10 or 15 of your first responders, you can't replace them. Young folks are not willing to do this like they used to. All of our local fire and rescue departments are suffering right now from recruiting young people. And we don't think about that, but there's an additional cost to changing these things. We have a good ordinance. It's been working. Don't fix what ain't broke. You've heard that. Use some common sense. But study what the costs are going to be locally to this Board of Commissioners, to our tax base here. Study what it's going to cost federally for FEMA and for the assistance we're going to have to get. Look at those additional costs that allowing this to happen will do. Why can't we have the best ordinance in Western North Carolina? What is the purpose of making it weaker? It's been working good. Mess with it. Make it start costing us money. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Monica Barber. Good evening.
My name's Monica Barber, and I'm speaking on behalf of the residents that enjoy the waterfront subdivision of Cherokee Landing. Somebody else already spoke, gave you a lot of information about why we are concerned. I just want to say that we have a little petition here signed by 32 of our residents, and I'd just like to share that with you because it says that we're asking you to review and strongly consider the many reasons that the current floodplain damage prevention ordinance was enacted in the first place, and we urge you to not make any changes to it. We feel that changes pose significant risks to our community, the wildlife habitat, the environment, and the economy. And you said that you wanted to be educated. I do too. I went online and I looked at this ordinance and all those red lines, and after about 10 minutes, I just gave up. I just don't have the brain for that kind of thing. So I agree, we all need to be educated. We need the experts. We have so many here in the room tonight, and I'm so happy that you're open to be listening and learning like me and have that explained and what the impact could be, because it feels like a real threat to me. And not far down from where I live, and part of where I live is in a floodplain. I wouldn't think of building on it. It serves a beautiful purpose right now. But downriver, there's an island. It used to be called Dean Island. I believe it's been renamed Oak Island now. And I looked it up, Macon County Gov, and I saw all the lots that were on that island. And it is across from Queens Branch, which is like, wow, we're so lucky to have, I don't know if you're familiar with Queens Branch on 28. Oh, they have like ADA cement platforms, so somebody in a wheelchair can fish in the river. And right across, probably where you're sitting, is where Dean Island is. So, I mean, it breaks my heart to think all the effort that went into establishing Queen Branch. And they're going to get to look at a housing development. And if you look it up, the owner is Condor Investments of Palm Beach. And you can see who owns that, and I'm not going to go there. But I'm worried what's going to happen, you know, when you dump landfill on those lots. So I came here to represent these people. And actually, civics, this was passed around by a 9-year-old girl who's also very concerned. So can I leave that here? Because they want to be heard also. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that place that she's referencing is part of the Blue Ridge Snorkel Trail. It's where you can go and look underwater and get to see these cool fish, and it would definitely be impacted.
What have I done here?
That's a petition. That's a petition.
Oh,
Come on.
I thought
And
we
there's
had
only
four
one
people
copy.
called. Let's see, Louis Tennant.
First of all, I want to thank Gary and Josh for their opening statements. It relieved a lot of pressure off me personally. Last time I was here, we were talking about setting up a subcommittee to talk this over with. Well, I was really disappointed when I found out that the committee had met and no one was there. Our ordinance is not perfect. None are. Since 2014, I've been doing river restoration, so I deal with floodplains a lot. I've had some very good education in it. And a project that really bothered me here in Macon County was on the Little Tennessee River. And the contractors were instructed to take the material out of the floodplain and place it in the floodway. Now, that's not right. We need to discuss that. I have other questions. Say I've got an acre of land, you let me put 25% fill on it, and 5 years down the road, I sell it to my neighbor that has 10 acres. Now, he's going to combine those lots into one. Does that 25% that you originally allowed the neighbor put in, is that considered now? Does it carry with title, or is it all up in the air? Another one is the maps. Every time you fill, you're going to affect the floodplain. I think everybody agrees with that. Are the floodplain maps going to be revised each time that happens? And at what point does all the field become encroachment on my neighbor? And it may be his garden, it may be his chicken coop, or it may be his house. So where the floodplain line was up there, now it's at his front door. How do we deal with that? We need to talk about this. We really do. We've got a lot of good people. The engineer that was on that project would be willing to talk one way or another with us. He has no dog in this fight whatsoever. They work in 3 different states. They deal with it every day. This is their job. But more importantly to me is agriculture. Our floodplains are our farmland. That's where we get our food. We're losing it at too fast a pace now. I just read an article in the Wall Street Journal recently, the largest agriculture production area in the United States. The farmers were told this year we will get 40% less water. That's 40% less crops. We're going to have to start at some point growing food closer to our homes. We can't, tonight when you sit down and eat, your food's traveling probably 1,500 miles to get to your plate. That's too much. We need to think about the future. We all need to sit down and work together. I just can't emphasize that enough. One other thing I want to mention, you're talking about fines. You're talking about fines and everything else. I said at a lot of developer tables, those fines are job costs factored into the cost of the project. And I sat there and heard that. If you want to get their attention, work stop. You stop that project, and I guarantee you
that. Carolyn Porter.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Porter. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I've been to the planning board meeting, the last commissioners meeting, and I did find the ordinance on the website and read it. I'm here, as many other speakers are, to oppose the 3 changes that are recommended. I oppose these changes for the following reasons. Any filling of the floodplain, I think we've well established. Our concern is it passes the floodwaters downstream, and that increases the risk of property and infrastructure damage. The cost of this damage will be passed on to Macon County citizens, either as individuals or as taxpayers. Voting to change this ordinance may well end up being a vote in favor of higher taxes in Macon County. The Little Tennessee Watershed is a significant draw to Macon County, supporting tourism and jobs. Visitors who come to fish and tube and paddle, they spend money, vacation rentals and stores and at restaurants. These dollars these visitors bring support our local economy. Resources like the rivers and streams of our watershed make all of our homes and properties in Macon County more appealing, and therefore more valuable. Macon County's tax base benefits from these enhanced property values. Degrading our rivers devalues our tax base. In addition, a visit to any of the put-ins and beaches on the river means you will find Macon County citizens there for recreation. Let's protect that opportunity for them. Now, some have argued that talking about the biodiversity of the river is a waste of time. We don't want to hear from the tree huggers and fish kissers. But those are the people that are going to protect that river so that our children and grandchildren can continue to enjoy it and the generations that come after them. Some proponents of the ordinance have said this is just a compromise or a middle-of-the-road approach. The language hides the reality of the cumulative effect of many small changes. Other proponents have said the changes must be reasonable because we're still better than the state requires. We know our mountain landscape is different. Several people have spoken to that quite eloquently. The bare minimum established in Raleigh is not a good fit here. I encourage you to drop the proposed changes and leave these ordinances as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Rouser.
Gary, you know how to say my name by now, I hope?
It's not spelled.
I'm Chris Brower, and thank you for the opportunity, commissioners, to be here. I've heard so many good comments, and certainly I am not an expert. I come here more as an observer. I just want to remind the commissioners, when you are looking at these 3 ordinances, that it is too easy to underestimate the power of water. It's too easy to underestimate the dynamics of water. Where I live, just downstream from Peaks Creek, I was there when the 2004 slide happened. And what started as a rock slide up above, it truly was just the power of water that took away over 15 homes and over 5 lives. So those people didn't expect that, and it's so hard to foresee that. And when you listen to the news these days, we're getting hurricanes forming faster than ever. We're getting rainfalls in areas around the world more than they've ever had before. I'm willing to bet the 100-year floodplain right now is probably a 50-year floodplain. Things are getting worse as far as weather conditions, more extreme as far as weather conditions, and yet we're looking at loosening up ordinances. As an observer, not only has Peaks Creek been a problem, but then after that there was a development right off of Fishhawk Mountain prior to 2008. It failed. Guess what? The roads that were graded there never maintained. The mud continues to flow. As recently as this weekend, over the holiday weekend, with family there on the Calisaja River, it turned into mocha frappuccino all the way down that river. The family, the kids, the grandkids would not get in that water, couldn't get in that water, all because you could trace it all back to that failed development. So that comes back to the commissioners, Higdon and Sherrill, talk about enforcement. I totally agree. We can't even enforce what we've got now, and I'm worried that as we start loosening some of these regulations, you give some of these folks an inch, they'll take a mile. Another example of that, right where I live, you've got that lovely basement we probably see right off of 64 Highlands Road, right at Peaks Creek there. That man was trying to divert the Calisaja River through his property to make his lovely development. Luckily it got stopped, but I don't think it got stopped by any county regulations. You're probably well aware also, right across from Walnut Creek, again on the Highlands Road, someone put in these, I think, 4 or 6 foot diameter culverts. He was going to bring in land and make some pretty little nirvana for himself, and again, he thought he could just divert the Calisaja River through his property to make his beautiful little estate. Now it sits there failed. But these are also examples that while I think some of our commissioners, Josh for example, I would trust him to do a good job, but we also know there's a lot of people that will stretch it to the limit, take it a lot further, and just like that development off of Fishhawk Mountain, there are those that will fail in that business, and what do we do to get back at that? What can we do to fix it? We don't enforce it. So I am happy to have heard so many people speaking against these revisions to the ordinances. I'm a little surprised that I've only heard 2 of the county commissioners speak in favor of it, and that does raise some questions. But again, I do appreciate the time, and again, remind you, please do not underestimate the power of water and certainly how it impacts all the people downstream. Thank you.
Don Reese.
Okay, I heard a comment up from one of you fellas about Native Americans living in the floodplain. One of you guys. But, okay, they lived in the floodplain. They've been here thousands of years. And we screwed it up in 200. That ain't a very good record. And, I've heard some good comments tonight, and, what we got to remember, there are more people going to come in. And the key word here, I think, is impact. There's going to be more impact on the lane. There's going to be more storm runoff. And don't be afraid. I didn't mean to call you out. No, that's fine. But I heard a comment up here about Native Americans living in the floodplain. And sure they did. But they had common sense. And I'm not seeing common sense being put to use in this new ordinance. I'm baffled. Really am, folks. I just don't know what to think about what's happening here, why it's even an issue, or it's even being brought up. Why do we want to change something that's been working? Something's not right. Something's not right. Something's fishy.
Angela Martin? Angela Faith?
Yeah, I'm tired of being here too. I'm tired too. I know y'all are tired. I know you're tired of hearing from us, but you're not going to stop hearing from us. And also, as angry as I am that we're even having to be here tonight because we had a perfectly good ordinance, I do sincerely mean this, and people that know me well know that I mean this. I lay down my arms and I invite any of y'all to go down the river with me. With a scientist, I won't say a word. I'll bring a hydrologist. By the way, scientists, as you know, are real introverted people. They're not likely to sign up to speak at a public meeting. But if you have a degree in ecology, hydrology, science-based wildlife biology, do you mind standing up, please? If you hold a degree in that, because thank you for helping us out with this. I know you're on your way out, but I sincerely appreciate it. We're in, well, one of these scientists, aren't we the county with the highest rainfall on the eastern seaboard?
Yes.
Doesn't Macon County, doesn't this very watershed get the highest amount of rainfall east of the Mississippi? Am I off base?
That's correct.
East of the Mississippi get the highest amount of rainfall. I want everything, I want all my dreams to come true too. I want to do what I want on my property. And I don't want anyone telling me I have to cut my beautiful pollinators down. My HOA is a whole other thing. But we have a huge responsibility to not be anywhere America. We're part of an Atlantic flyway for migrating songbirds that land here out of breath, that have traveled by night, and they land at our doorsteps, those of us that live in the higher elevations of this county. And they depend on us not to screw this place up. They need clean water. We don't talk about the birds enough. This is an island for us humans too, and I know y'all know that because that's why a lot of us live here. And we have got to protect this place. And I know that we want to do what we want and have our cake and eat it too, get cheap land and then make money on top of money on that same land and provide for our kids and just have everything that everybody else in America has, but this is not anywhere else in America. This is Macon County. This is the Little Tennessee Watershed. And this is an earth island where all the creatures are coming. So watch out.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we close the public hearing regarding the Macon County flood damage prevention. Is there a second to that?
Second. Public hearing or public comment?
Pardon me?
Public hearing or public comment?
What does that say?
Public hearing.
Yeah, it's public hearing, don't just public comment. Okay, did I say comment? Public hearing. We have motion second. All in agreement. Okay, any discussion from the board?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm not going to say a whole lot tonight, but I'll try not to be too long. I'll try to write down my thoughts as you all spoke tonight. thank you all for being here and taking the time to even come in and share what you shared. I know it's very educational for myself. There are obviously many issues on all sides of this. Personally for me, I'm not in favor of government or any other entity to tell landowners what they can or cannot do on their own land. However, I also believe you should do your best to be a good neighbor and not be a nuisance or a danger to your neighbors at the same time. I try to listen well, and I admire your passion for your beliefs, especially in a time of a culture of so much apathy. When we sit here as county commissioners, we often take hits for what we're not even doing as individuals. My personal thoughts on this are pretty simple. After hearing you all and learning so much from you all, and I do believe I've learned a lot from hearing what everyone has said tonight, I'm currently for keeping these ordinances as they are with no changes. And I personally wish we could have basically just voted on this tonight to move forward, because my opinion on this is this can always be revisited, and if it needs to be revisited, it just needs to be done with a whole lot more information on all sides of the issue, because obviously there's a lot that was said tonight on this side of the issue. There's a lot that probably needs to be said on the other side as well that we've not heard. So if it needs to be revisited, it just needs to be revisited with a lot more information. So I appreciate you all for taking the time for being here, and please understand at no point during my time serving you all, and I am here to serve every one of you, and not just for one side or the other. My intentions are never to bring anyone any kind of heartache in any possible way. So thank you again for taking the time for this. You know, I hope I made my position clear, and I hope I didn't bring any heartache to any of you in here, especially with taking your time to be here with us tonight. So thanks for being here, you guys.
Let me add to that for just a minute. So first and foremost, most importantly, as Mr. Antoine, my witness, Bill McCartney promised me a smallmouth fishing trip coming up the stairs. Danny is my witness, so that's on record. So look, I'm not a good commissioner. I'm the narrow-minded guy that's, I guess, brought this up strictly for my own personal gain and profit. Right? That's me. But let me share with you some of the issues that I feel like, you know, this ordinance that is so-called working perfectly. I want to share with you some of the issues that I see with it. All right, I've got a bunch of them wrote down right here. I'll share with you about 4 of them. I've got 6 or 8. If you guys want to meet somewhere else, I'd be more than happy to have a discussion. Mr. Penland, I like where you're at and some of your comments. I think you're spot on. Those would be good interactive conversations. And one word that I feel like we've left out also is compromise. And I'll share with you why I think that. But there's a tract of land that everybody in this room that's been dealing with this is familiar with. Right here, kind of west of Franklin, a farmer wanted to unload his truck on the shoulder of the road, so he wasn't in the road. All that area was in a floodplain. He wanted to fill it, the county wouldn't let him. You know what he did? Filled it. Sealed it. No big deal. You know what the county did? Came out and they threatened to fine. They talked to him, asked him to move it. He said no. You know what the county did? Nothing. They did nothing. The county did nothing, right? When they built the gas station on the Georgia Road, the fast stop, a couple of years ago, does anybody here know where that dirt went? Does anybody know? Down the Georgia Road. I'm not going to throw these guys under the bus and not a tattletale. There's active dumping down there right now. I actually appreciate that waterway. I travel that waterway myself, not in a canoe, but in a little old 2-man John boat that we can carry. I enjoy that. But the point is, it's not working perfectly. They brought up a piece of property that I own, that I bought on that waterway, which I did deed restrict, and don't worry, it's really not a big deal. I didn't even buy it to fill, believe it or not. I actually like farmland. I love farmland. But let's talk about that piece of land for just a minute. Okay, Mr. Penland, anybody in this room can correct me if I'm wrong. But right now, I can go down here to Macon County, and I can file for a land disturbance permit, and I can set up erosion control, and I can dig a moat right on the edge of the floodplain. I'm not saying I will. I'm not insinuating I'm going to. I'm just stating a fact. I can dig a moat around the edge of that property, and I can build a retaining wall with dirt 8 feet high all the way around the perimeter. And I can displace 100% of that dirt on that of the water on that property because that dirt came from that site. I'm allowed to do that. Right now, according to this ordinance today, I'm allowed to do that. You know, I'm also allowed to go down in there 15 or 20 feet and take that dirt and move it towards the highway. I'm not going to do that, but I can. Our ordinance right now allows that. Today, I can take that dirt, and then you know what happens? Sediment fills it in, I can do it again. I'm not going to do that. I'm putting that on record, but that's in our current ordinance. We're allowed to do that today, in this perfect ordinance. We can do that right now. No, I'm not going to do that. Let me finish. Can I finish? Let me stop.
Let's let him finish.
I've got stuff here that I want to share with you that I feel like is proof in this conversation because something's not right. You know what? Something's not right. Whoever said that a minute ago. So let's talk about Macon County. Sitting on this board is kind of hard because we don't allow any fill in our floodplain, and that's fine. Jackson County allows it. Graham County allows it. Haywood County, Swain County. So why don't we talk to one of our local reps who actually supports this? And why don't we encourage him to go help us work downstream from some of these other counties? So at the end of the day, it's hard to sit here when one county says you're allowed to fill 100%, and this county says 0. And so my point is, hey, let's make it equal. Let's really have good conversations with this, Mr. Penland, and let's see what happens right now during this current ordinance. You're right. I didn't even want to bring it up, but that project you're talking about, they broke the rules, you know. And so with this enforcement we're talking about, ironically, Mr. Higdon, you're spot on, but there's a lot of issues right now with this current ordinance. And the last thing I want to say is on that piece of property that I do own, they're cutting hay off of it right now. And so they can't access that with their trucks, with their tractors. They have to go through a neighbor's track and come around the back. So for me to put a couple loads of dirt down there and a tile to access that property, I have to go down to that property, take the topsoil, the earth, the pasture land, dig a hole down there in the middle, bring it up to the road, and then just kind of have a low spot down there. So I just feel like this conversation is worthy of having, you know, a discussion. If this floodplain thing stays the way it is, I'm fine. My job here is to have a conversation, to bring it up. There's 5 men on this board, and I think that's the intent of this conversation, was to have a discussion. If it goes nowhere, I'm perfectly fine with that. Perfectly fine with that. But I feel like this ordinance, as it stands, has a lot of flexibility in there that I think people don't realize.
Can I ask you a real quick question?
Yeah, I'll take questions if Chairman allow. I don't care.
Just real quick. When you got your land, was it already divided into 3 riverfront properties?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
did you do that?
No, it was already divided.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, just for the record, somebody quoted that I paid $150,000 for it. I paid $50,000, and the tax assessed value on it's like $400 or something. But yeah, it's neither here nor there. But I do think that I will say this. I feel like if it's floodplain land and we can't use it, I do think it should be taxed at a deferred rate or a different rate because it's not commercial land, it can't be used for commercial land, it needs to be agricultural land. They're cutting hay on it right now, but my tax rate on that land is over $400,000. I paid $50,000 for it.
Land that had no access and you intended to use.
I'll tell you exactly why. I've got several questions back.
Complete his conversation.
I can grow crops on that land. I can.
You just said that they want to buy your land.
All right, we'll put a stop to
So
it.
why buy it?
You're gonna be asked to leave if you don't quieten down.
Well, there's a billboard on it right now paying the holding costs. Okay, there's 5 acres on the side of the highway. That down the road, they have, who knows what I'm gonna do. I have 5 kids. Maybe we go out there and let our dogs run around. I don't know. It's just vacant land.
It's got great wildflowers on it.
Thank you.
Beautiful. It really is. Spot bottom. Maybe I'll make a canoe access.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Commissioners, I do have a point that I'd like to point out. Commissioner Antoine made a good point. There are 2 sides to the story, but evidently there's only one side that feels that this is important. The other side isn't here.
Well, we'll get to hear you. I'll make a motion that we table this to the 2nd Tuesday in October. The proposed amendment to the Macon County flood damage prevention ordinance, where we'll have one topic that we can listen to and talk about, and the other be in August. Then we have another one, Singleton, in September, and this will be in October. So at this time, I'd like to table this conversation till the October 2nd, Tuesday Board of Commissioners meeting. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Moved and second, discussion further? Go ahead, Mr.
Couple points.
Okay.
Within that ordinance, I've heard from both sides of the issue on this thing. And people can't get to their property.
We can't hear you.
Okay, here you go, Paul. Here you go.
Be quiet. I've heard people say that they can't get to their property. I've heard that's an excuse to change it. I think there need to be provisions within any ordinance, exceptions. The farmer you're talking about out there, absolutely needed access to park a tractor and trailer off the road. And the way that this ordinance is written, he couldn't do it. He went ahead and done it. And I happened to be around when that was done. There was a couple of commissioners went out there and okayed that afterwards, but that was before my time. But if you can't access your property, I think it's site specific. We need to have some methodology for that property owner to approach this board, the planning board, whomever, starting with the administrator, for access to the property. It's just not right if you have floodplain property or mountaintop property if you can't get to it. And we as a body are preventing that. I think we need to hear those complaints, those concerns, and have some provision in whatever ordinance we wind up with or amendments to allow access. All we gotta say.
Caleb, did you hear that? Where's Caleb at?
Or does anybody have an example of somebody? You said you couldn't get to your property, you needed to come with it, or?
Yeah, but don't use my name. Yeah, but don't
Oh,
use my name.
Okay. See, do we get our vote in
We have a
there?
motion and a second to,
We had discussion. Any more discussion? All in agreement to table it to October 2nd, the proposed amendment to the Macon County Flood Damage Prevention Ordinance. Okay?
I'd like to move to January 2nd.
No, you're not getting out of this.
Mr. Chairman, a point of clarification, you said the table to October the 2nd.
October the 2nd, Tuesday. My fault.
We can have a special meeting about that. We've been here too long.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Attorney?
That would comment.
Where do we go from here? Do we give people
now
action?
we can do a break if you want to.
If you don't, you're gonna get in trouble. You're welcome to stay. We got public comment that's coming back for people. We gotta have a water break.
10 minutes. Tell them 10 minutes.
see where we are.
Public comment.
Oh, public comment. Let me see, who's this meeting is, Josh? Is this mine or yours?
I think it's Mr. Shields right here.
You can have it.
Okay, thank you all that.
This is it. Call it up, let's go, man.
Where's Ann? What is it?
Andy's gone.
Andy's there for you.
So we don't have any.
Okay, cool, let's go.
All right, let's see, she needs this for public comment.
Hey, John, is that thermostat over there?
Yeah.
You can hang meat in here.
What we gonna do with it? Public comment period, nobody? Any additions to the agenda?
No.
No? Additions to the agenda? Nope. Adjustments to an approval of the agenda, so.
Mr. Shields, if we
Yes.
could move appointments 13A, if we could move that above, if we could move that appointment above reports and presentations for,
Okay.
just out of courtesy to Caleb, we need to just do it's
We need-
really a matter of housekeeping, just appoint him as ordinance administrator to satisfy that requirement for the state and local ordinances, primarily land use ordinances, that he will be listed as the ordinance administrator in. So I would ask for that adjustment to be made.
We can't hear that.
Is that Mike, can you, go back over that again?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I would ask that if we could, please move 13A, appointments, planning, permitting, and development ordinance administrator. We will need to, just out of courtesy to Mr. Gibson tonight, if we could move that above reports and presentations. It's really a matter of housekeeping. The local and state ordinances that Mr. Gibson will oversee enforcement of will require an ordinance administrator, and that will set the appointment of this board. The action tonight will satisfy that.
Is that an 8A, or is that the
I
way you
think
look at
that's
that?
I was just thinking about that before you asked. That's a good question.
Well, we can put her in there.
We'll just move it.
Make it 9A and make
9A.
A, B, and C.
9A,
Yeah.
well,
Make A, B, and B, C. There you go.
Motion to approve.
Second.
all in agreement? Raise your right hand.
All right.
Five, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Rowland. Is this with you and Caleb? Where-
Yes.
Where's
Is
Caleb?
Caleb's still back there. Caleb, come on up.
Gonna sign you up.
Caleb Gibson, land use ordinances that he will oversee the enforcement of, both local and state, will require him to be appointed as the ordinance administrator. We can handle that by, he can go by Ms. Keyser's office and she can swear him in. But before we do that, we would just like the approval of this board. So,
Motion to approve.
Motion to ordain.
He's already been sworn at tonight, so we can hang you.
great job, Caleb.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. All in agreement? We'll do that. Raise your hand. 5-0.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
See you, bud. See you. Yeah, let me see where I'm at now. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I missed my public
I-
comment on my,
We wondered what happened to you. I thought you might have quit on me.
may I?
Let's see, what did I do? Did I give that to you, Miss Tammy? Ms. Keyser?
Come on up, Andy. You got 30 seconds.
Thank you.
Need line about 15
I'm
of them,
Andy
so-
Muncie. I've lived here for 50 years on Coweta River. And I lived there my whole life on Coweta Lab, and that's the hydrological lab. And now I live over on Coweta Church. And I've lived there my whole life. I've grown gardens, and I've seen floods take my bridges and see my gardens washed away. And trampled by cattle, and there's a lot of things I don't like out here. And I go other places when I want to do those kind of things. I go to Georgia if I want to drive through the river. I can go down there, and the National Forest don't have all the roads closed off. You know, you go up there and it's closed and you can't visit the forest. It's disappointing because you go to other places to see that. And it was on a trip that I went out west when I run across the gigantic map at a museum. I think it was in Arkansas, and it showed all the rivers in North America. And it had a draw out on the map that showed Coweta River. It was the only draw out on the whole map. And it highlighted Coweta River was the cleanest river in Mississippi. We talked about a lot of headwaters and stuff. I love that river. I love that property. I don't like people telling me how to live. I want to get filled. I want to get some mulch garden on my property. And so I asked code enforcement about it. And they said, no, you can't put nothing there because that's in the floodplain. And I just wanted to put my garden in. And then I sat there and watched my neighbor bring in 16 loads of dirt, put on his property in between me and the river. And of course floods came and went. Finally I thought, well, I'm going to ask about that. And I contacted code enforcement. And they went out there and given it a good talking to. There wasn't no dirt moved. There wasn't nothing done about it. And that just reinforces people wanting to do things and then not ask any questions or say anything and turn a blind eye on it. I heard something from a county attorney several years ago about having an ordinance that you don't enforce and how you don't need to put something in an ordinance or in a policy unless you're going to enforce it. And so it's, you know, I'm on both sides of the fence here. I love to do something with my property because I paid for it, I worked hard for it, and I think that it's a just purpose. You know, I'm just using it for a garden. I didn't have any access problems or anything. And that's all I have to say about it, is that I feel like it's important to have enforcement on the ordinance and have some other recourse, because I wasn't in a position to bring a lawsuit against that man that moved up here from somewhere else, and he done dead and gone. There ain't nothing going to change that. He had a straight pipe running into the river, and I called environmental, and they went out there. He had it hooked up to his RV, and there's gray water. We're down there where my grandkids swim. They didn't do a thing about it, and that pipe's still there. You come down to Coweta River on Coweta Lake Circle, Coweta River Road, and you can see that pipe still in the water.
Thank you, Andy. That was the only one I saw in public comment. Does anybody else?
That's it.
Did she get that paper back?
Yes,
Got
Could I
it?
just have a minute of your time?
I didn't hear you.
Could I just have a minute of your time?
Of our time for public comment?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. We allowed Andy to come in and out.
Okay. I really appreciate it. I had a quick question. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Tammy. I had called Tammy on June, I believe 16th. I finally got through to her on June 20th, and we discussed the property that's in the evil dragonfly killing campground that I live in. And she had people out there the next day to board up, close up the house, and sorry, you have no premise. There's an abandoned property that I live next to, and she got a crew out there to board it up, put caution tape around it, and thankfully got it done before the 4th of July when kids would be launching fireworks off at an abandoned house that is made out of sawmill lumber and is basically just a tinder box. It's 2 lots that you own. Macon County owns them. 655-385-0133 is the lot number. But they are 2 campground lots, and there is a large structure on those lots right now. I think you're trying to sell it because it's up for auction. And basically the property is less than worthless because of the structure that's on it. The structure needs to come down and be torn down. And I just was wondering, is there any decision or progress on if I don't know how all that works. If you own a piece of property, if you go out and get bids for demolition or what happens there. But is there any wheels turning? Because it's boarded up now. So at least the kids aren't breaking in there and playing haunted house. But it needs to come down. It's still dangerous as it is. And has it been condemned? Is there a process to condemn? And is there anything I can do to help you guys?
You want to buy it?
No, that is absolutely not. You could pay me, I might take it off your hands, but that's about it.
How about Jack Morgan? I see him sitting right there. Jack, anything?
I mean, as it is now, I don't even think you get septic on it, so it's not really. Who am I looking for?
Gentleman right there. He had a question, and I'm,
So,
go ahead.
so I'll step in. We are going to discuss that property in closed session under the attorney-client privileged matter and decide what to do with that. Well, can't decide in closed session, but we can discuss it and get legal input on that. So that's what will happen during closed session tonight. These guys just got here, so they're anxious to get into closed session for that.
Okay.
Chicago.
No, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure there was some kind of wheel turning, and it sounds like there is, so that's great to hear.
Chicago, I need your name.
Oh, my name is Brian Kuba, and I live in Cartuca J, Campgrounds.
Can you spell that for us? We're on
R-Y-A-N, and my last name is Kuba, K-U-B-A.
BS?
B-A.
B-A.
No, it's not B-A.
I've heard, I'm sorry.
Okay.
No pun
Understood.
mentioned.
Yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you very much.
Just nice meeting you a while ago. All right, let's see if we can get back on track here. Where'd Jeff leave? He leave town? All right.
Good evening, gentlemen and ladies.
See, Jeff's gonna direct us to this piece here. We got it there. Okay. All right.
Sorry, he's got it. Thanks.
Jeff, do you have a mic there? I can't.
I do.
Okay.
Good evening. I'm going to talk about something hopefully a little less controversial than the previous discussion here. But I'd like to, it's been since March that the Broadband Committee gave you all an update. And so I would like to fill you in on a number of things that have been going on the broadband topic here in Macon County. We've got a lot of positive things that have been going on. It's not, you may have to. There we go. Okay. First, I'm going to give you an update on the Nantahala project that we kicked off back in the fall. And I'd like to talk a little bit about the ongoing grant programs that we have through the state. And then last, we have a brand new grant award that was announced on July 1st, which we're very excited about. So if you'll recall, back in the fall, we launched a project. This board committed $350,000 to connect 5 facilities in the Nantahala Lake area. And this is a map of basically what was connected in the project. We've got 5 county facilities. There's a DFR substation, the new library, the main fire station, Nantahala EMS, and then the recreation center. And then that red line that connects all those dots is the fiber that was run to connect those facilities. I'm pleased to report that Balsam West has completed the fiber connections to all 5 of the facilities. So that means all the fiber infrastructure is complete. They completed a fiber head end that is co-located at Nantahala School. And then all the facility connections were completed on June 24th. We've been working with a network contractor to finish installing all the network equipment. That was completed just 4th of July week, actually. And they've completed and activated the networks at each of the facilities, and we now have public Wi-Fi available at all 5 facilities. And we handed off network management to Macon County IT this Monday. So I just heard that Fontana Library is scheduled to do their move next week, and so we're making great progress there.
That's Nantahala Library.
That is the Nantahala Library, that's correct. The new Nantahala Library. Well, Fontana Library System, right? Sorry about that. Also, we have other grant programs that are ongoing.
As you recall, Frontier received a grant through the state, through their GREAT program. It's a $3.8 million grant. And they have completed their engineering. They are still working on permitting with Duke and other right-of-way areas. They have been working on construction of revamping 2 wire centers that are going to serve the whole county. And you have to keep in mind that even though they have a lot of equipment already in Macon County, it's all obsolete. It's all copper DSL. So they're rebuilding those wire centers for fiber. And they have selected their subcontractor, and they've got a project manager assigned. And we're hoping to meet with them next month as they begin fiber construction within the county. Hopefully that will start by the end of the summer or early fall. Balsam West also has a grant. They've completed, that was also through the GREAT program. They've completed the engineering work. They're still working on permitting. They have materials coming in and are being staged. They're working on getting the contractor in place, and then they hope to start their construction at the end of the summer. We have heard nothing from Charter since last November on when they're going to be in the county, in Macon County. They are working in Jackson, but they were hoping to be here by Q2. They're still not here yet, and they have not contacted us or let us know. So we're still waiting. Once again, they have till 2028 to actually complete their project. So the latest grant that was just announced was for the CAB program, which stands for Continuing Access to Broadband. It's a little bit different and was structured very differently from the GREAT program. And the county actually got to work with NCDIT to identify areas that we felt were important to be hit. So the Broadband Committee identified 7 priority areas within the county, and then we worked with NCDIT to create a statement of work, which they posted for response back in April. And the response window closed at the beginning of June. We received bids from 3 providers, and then Mr. Rowland and myself participated from Macon County, and we had 2 other members of the evaluation team from NCDIT. And then we worked to evaluate those proposals. And the team unanimously selected Balsam West for this award. Their response was the winning response. And it was publicly announced on the 1st of July. We were actually under non-disclosure. We had to sign away quite a bit of paperwork, non-disclosure forms and other things to keep all the process confidential. And so once that was publicly announced, we could inform you all. Total project cost on that will be about $5.5 million. It's going to serve 1,163 homes at a cost of about $4,700 per pass. The actual grant amount from the state is $4.1 million, and the county match for that is $548,000. Balsam West, as the vendor, will put up $823,000 as their match. And they'll have a 2-year build window with a completion of October 2026. So I showed a map, this map, or a similar version of this map back in March. And what I wanted to show you here is the impact and where these grants are actually going to affect the county. The new piece that was added to this map were the areas in red. And those are the areas that are going to be addressed by this new CAB grant. We had prioritized 7 different areas, and the Balsam West response addresses 4 of the 7. So Sanderstown area, Colasaja, and part of LJ, the 64 Gorge area just north of Highlands, and then parts of Nantahala. So we're very excited about that. These are all areas that very much need the service. This slide pretty much summarizes what I was talking about in terms of the areas. I did want to mention that Macon is still eligible for additional CAB and stop grants. Of the match amount that was committed of a little over $1 million back in the spring, we're only going to use $540,000 of that, which leaves $518K available for future match for other grant programs. And so the committee will pursue those other programs as soon as they become available to us. And I just kind of wanted to close with, this is a slide, or a table that Mr. Rowland showed in previous meetings, but this is kind of a summary of all the grant programs. Assuming the charter actually does make it into the county and completes their RDOF commitment, so far with all the grant programs that we've started, the ones that are just coming down the pipe, and the RDOF program, this represents total projects coming into the county of about $22 million, and the Macon County match on that, funds that Macon County put up, both in direct funds as well as match funds for grants, is a little over $1.5 million. And these all total will serve over 1,200 locations throughout the 12,000, locations throughout the county. Any questions?
Mr. Rowland, you got anything to add to this?
Get any feedback in Highlands? Everything's live now?
I have had feedback from both the EMS and the fire department because I've talked with both of them. I'm actually going to be meeting with some folks in Nantahala on the 27th. And so I'm going to go over what's been done and some of the new things that are coming to them. But I haven't, there's a couple of folks from Nantahala here this evening that I talked to, but I haven't actually met with the group yet until a little bit later, a couple of weeks from now. But so far the response has been positive, especially from the public service folks. It's they're thrilled.
When did you say the library is going to open up there, or ribbon cut?
Yeah, they're starting their move the 15th, and they're hoping to complete. I'll defer to the library folks, but that's what I've been told.
Okay, is Jack there? Mr. Morgan still there? Anything you can add to that date or anything?
Yeah, Abby can tell you about that.
Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm happy to announce I worked it out with Macon County Maintenance. They've been extremely helpful, and we'll be moving the library contents next week. The library existing building will be closed to the public next week, and we are hoping we can get everything ready for the public on the 22nd.
22nd.
And we're having an open house on August the 6th, which is the date of our next Macon County Library Board meeting at the new building. And from 2 to 4 p.m., we're having a reception to celebrate Fontana Regional Library's 80th anniversary. And I'm told there will be cake.
Okay, now, when is the flag going to be presented? The POW flag, and when is that presented, Jack?
I assume that the flag raising and the dedication will be the same day as the road.
Okay, and give me that date again, please.
The library will open to the public on the 22nd of July. Our reception will be on August 6th.
Okay, I'm being a dull-headed. When is the flag raising?
I'm not sure we've actually discussed that particular aspect of it yet, but once we work out that, we'll certainly let you guys know.
Okay. Mr. Rowland, anything you need to add to the Mr. Lee's update, committee update?
I just think that slide right there says it all. Broadband Committee's done a lot of good work. Thank you, Jeff Lee. Thank you, Broadband Committee, and thank you, Board, for continuing to recognize the importance. I think that slide's worth 1,000 words.
Mr. Lee, you still here with me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for all you do for the Broadband Committee in Macon County. Thank you very much. Okay. Highlands Playground, Brian?
All right, well, thank you, commissioners, for having us here tonight. And I'm going to do my best to keep this presentation under an hour.
Thank you.
So,
bring breakfast.
All right, so what I want to talk to you a little bit about tonight is a program that arose in Highlands about a year ago, and we've been working on this on a number of fronts. But so let me just tell you first, if we could advance the slide there, how the project came to be. And we had a local citizen come forward with a $50,000 cash donation, which in the coming week will be a $100,000 donation to get a new playground for the Highlands community. So our current playground is in a sad state of repairs, and it's very minimal, as you'll see in a future slide here. Right after she came through, I served on the recreation committee as a town commissioner at Highlands, and I kind of got moved by the whole project, and we formed a group of local citizens that also had an interest in this project. And one of the citizens, who is now Commissioner, is Jeff Weller, who is here with me tonight. So we engaged a company called Carolina Parks and Play, which is a design build company out of Charlotte that designs and builds playgrounds. So, and again, Highlands does not have a fun, safe playground for kids. Most of the residents in Highlands, if you want to go to a playground, you either drive to Jackson County to Cashers, which has a lot larger facility than what we have. So we were interested in creating an all-inclusive playground in the Highlands community. So if I could get the next slide. The next question is, well, where will the facility be? And so you can see in the bottom of my yellow rectangle there, that is our existing playground. So it's a mulched facility, and it has one piece of equipment, and I think it has two swings. And I'll never forget when, as a father, when my daughter, when she was about 3 years old, did a face plant off of that swing, and her face kind of drug across that mulch, and it wasn't pretty by any means. So it's always been a goal of mine to have something better in Highlands. So what we have proposed is an expansion of what you see there, and it will encompass that whole area between the skateboard park, our tennis courts, and then the parking lot and restrooms there. Moving on. So I'm going to show you a couple of renderings here that came from Carolina Parks and Play. You can see the design elements of the playground. We have a lot of, we're focused on a native theme, so there's a lot of elements there that are tough to kind of see on this, on the wall there, but a lot of natural elements, so all earth tone colors. We have sliding boards that are kind of hollowed out, tree stumps and things like that. So it ties in with the community and a lot of different things for the kids to do there. So if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see on the site there's a hillside there, and we're actually taking advantage of that hillside and having sliding boards come down the hillside, similar to what was at the Highlands School years ago. If you go to the next slide, well, you can see, and the picture doesn't do it justice here, but there's actually going to be a built-in scavenger hunt. We're working with the Highlands Nature Center on developing this, where there'll be a built-in program for kids that they can learn about native plants and native animals and things like that. And then I think there's one more slide of the and you can see there the bumblebee that's on the side of that equipment. That kind of shows you what I was talking about with the scavenger hunt. So not only is it going to be a fun place to be, it's going to be an educational place to be. So next slide then is, how do we plan to fund the project? Okay. Before I get into the cost, let me just say that we have 4 different avenues of funding. Currently, we appreciate more than anything the county funds our recreation department to a tune of $550,000 per year. I want everybody to understand too that Highlands is not only a municipality, but we also have, if you look at the Highlands Township as a whole, we have a lot of county residents that are using the facilities as well. If you take into, again, the whole township, Scaly Mountain and places like that, I would venture to guess and say that there's more county residents using this facility than there are local town residents. So where the money will come from, if you go to the next slide, we have applied for a PARTIF grant that we will hear about at some point in early August to the tune of $500,000. The next part of the funding will come from the town of Highlands. And at the last town board meeting, the Highlands Town Board of Commissioners allocated a fund balance appropriation of $250,000 that will go to this project. Private funding is a huge component of this. One Jeff and I are very active on. We have an aggressive goal of raising between $500,000 and $600,000 for this project. And I will say, to date, we've raised about $200,000 in private funds for this playground. So if you go to the next slide, you can kind of see I got a little fundraiser goal there of $600,000, and that number keeps creeping up. This isn't exactly up to date right now because I made this presentation a week ago. We have a lot of events coming up. The Highlands Twilight 5K Road Race is going to all the proceeds of that are going to come to the playground. And there's several events coming up that are all going to benefit the playground. So let me just say that I've always believed that government is not the sole answer to everything and everybody's needs, and I think everybody here would agree with that, knowing your experience in local government, much like my own. So this project is a perfect example of what can happen when you have an engaged community, and then you have a supportive government and other avenues for funding. So I think this is a prime time example of how we can benefit our local community just by engaging our community. So if you can go to the next slide, I'm not going to necessarily get into all these benefits. Everybody knows the benefits. Bringing families together, but one of the biggest ones is getting kids off of these screens. So often, if those of you who have had kids in the last decade, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and just all the benefits that come along with having good resources for children in the community. So what I guess to conclude this, what I would like, I'd hope you would do is realize the value in this project, and we're asking the county to contribute 20% of the project, which is a total of $350,000 towards this great project in Highlands. So with that, I'm going to kind of open it up for questions, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeff, who has Commissioner Weller here, who has a couple more comments and also can take your questions.
I'll have to say, you actually covered all the bases, so I'm just going to open it up for questions, if anybody has any.
What's your time frame, Jeff?
We are looking to raise the funds by end of summer, early fall. Hopefully put out a bid so that, because most of this equipment takes anywhere from 4 to 5 months to receive it once ordered. So we want to put it out to bid, be able to make purchases, et cetera, so we can start construction in the spring. That's where we're shooting right now.
I'll elaborate a little more. It's hard when people come up and ask us for the 1.7 million. To me, it's kind of easy when you come up and you guys do the legwork, and it's pretty impressive, the funds that you generated on your own, and what you're asking for, so for me, I know it's kind of an outside budget item, outside budget funding item, but I can't find a better return on investment, and I think it's needed, and we have to support it. I feel like maybe it's something we could pledge funds for. Do you need it right away?
We don't need the cash today, but the pledge would be enough for us. I know y'all are good for it.
If you pledge it, you'll have to make a motion to amend the budget.
Just for discussion, I don't want investment.
To amend the budget, for
Right.
25.
General fund
Fund.
balance after the,
Pardon?
it's going to come out of general fund balance after the budget.
It'd come out this year's general fund balance. We're in the new budget.
That's right. Yeah.
It would come out of the fund balance?
Yes, if you guys wanted to fund it, you would have to do a budget amendment to take it from general fund balance.
It'd be like earmarked until they.
Yeah, it
Maybe
sounds
be
like they're
appro-
gonna later in the
Yeah.
year be ready, so you would go ahead and appropriate it now if you so choose.
Yeah.
Then, whenever they're ready,
Is that the appropriate place to get it from? Is there any
Yes.
contingencies or anything?
well, you just started the new year, so if you wanna wipe out your contingency, you can. You've
Well, I'll
got
take the
389, 850.
Just asking.
Fund balance.
Fund balance would be the better choice.
No, when you take out your fund balance, what kind of message or picture does that create for your loans and for the high school project and stuff like that? Does that hurt you or does it
That's
bother
not
you?
gonna change the picture to knock anything.
Guys, we can't hear y'all.
That's not good.
It's not gonna change the picture to where it would knock anything out of, it's not gonna dramatically change anything.
And we were talking about fund balance, Jeff, excuse us for getting away from our mics.
I mean, Lori, if that,
Yeah, it's not gonna impact our
No.
financial
I mean,
borrowing.
we're solid.
We're okay with that?
Yeah.
Serving on the Recreation Committee as a liaison, I certainly support this project. It's, as Josh said, it's a great way to spend these funds for a return on your investment, and especially being an all-inclusive playground. And so at this time, I'd like to make a motion that we pledge $350,000 out of the fund balance for the Highlands playground. Second.
Have a motion, second, any further discussion? All in agreement, raise your right hand. 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
And the kids in our community, thank you
Yes.
too.
Brian,
And I held you guys to less than an hour too, and I did it.
Get
Brian,
back
aren't
in
your
there.
kids old? Older than this?
I've got a daughter that's in college now, but don't put me past playing on the playground.
Should we end the
Sorry, grandkids will be coming.
Yeah.
There you go.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, old business. Anything else we need there for Mr. Rowland after the Highlands playground? Did we put anything after that?
Nope.
Right, we're ready for Jack Morgan.
Pardon me?
So we're ready for Jack Morgan,
TNA.
Brother Jack,
Captain Morgan.
thanks for staying all night with us.
They can bring a sleeping bag.
Dude, stand up.
I'll stand for a while. Start with the Macon Middle School BDA system that y'all funded is installed. We tested it one time, and we had a little weak spot down in the basement where the shop class is, and we got to tweak that. And once that's completed, then that project will be off the books. And back in June, I asked y'all for $7,500 to test the other schools to see what we had. And I'm here to tell you what we've got. I'll start with the best news and head toward the bad about that. Well, the best news is
we did 6 schools. We did South Macon, Highlands, RDJ, East Franklin, Olive Valley, and Highlands. We covered all of them. We'd already done the MVI, so there's no use to redo that. I didn't see any reason to do Franklin High School until we determined exactly what's going to happen there, or Union Academy, which is, what is it? It's Barton Academy now, because that would be moved as well. But anyway, the ones we did, South Macon Elementary passed the test. The way this is tested, you have to break the school up, each floor, into a grid of 20 squares, approximately the same size. The way the code reads is you test each one of those. If more than 2, which of course is 3 or more, do not get enough signal, then the school fails completely. So what we also do, besides those 20 grid squares, we test the critical areas. And the critical areas are at the doors, stairways, elevators, or if there's an emergency situation, that's where people tend to come and be get. So that's where you need to be a signal. And in South Macon, 47 of the 47 places we tested passed 100%, and 3 of the 3 critical areas passed. So nothing to do at South Macon except to plug that water tower, Viper tower down there, because this is pointed right at the school. East Franklin, it failed. 34 of the 37 areas passed, but that left us with 3 that failed. All of the critical points passed. So it failed because of the weak areas, 3 weak areas in the school. Cartiga J School failed. 13 of the 26 areas passed. 1 of the 2 critical areas passed. What we test this against is the state North Carolina Viper system that the state patrol used. It's pretty strong. And we tested all 10 channels at these areas. We didn't just test 1. We tested all of them. Next one was Olive Valley Elementary. It failed as well. 4 of the 11 areas we tested failed. We didn't test the entire 20 because once we got downstairs, there was no signal anywhere. There was no use to test it individually. 2 critical points, they passed. Highlands School, it failed. 2 of the 47 grid areas we tested failed the test. The critical areas, 1 of the 2 passed. Last but not least, it had no signal at all. Nothing.
Nantahala?
Yes, nothing. There, nothing to read.
So it
failed completely. The what these BDA systems do, like we put at the middle grade school, is a bidirectional amplification system that amplifies the Viper's signal in and out to every spot in the school. That's what we're shooting for. And that's where we failed, because at present it doesn't do that. The BDA systems will accomplish that, but we don't have those in every school. So I asked the same company that tested for some proposals, and I've not received those yet. What I'd like to do is come back to you gentlemen when I have those proposals and see if and how you'd like to address this situation. Questions?
Appreciate you taking this on, Jack. Appreciate what you've done.
Well, I think it's a good cause. Everybody's got somebody's kid in those schools. And personally, I would like to see that we don't have any dead spots for radios in any of the schools. Because if something bad happens, guess where it will happen? In those areas where nobody can communicate.
What kind of number you think you're looking at, Jack?
Pardon me?
What kind of numbers you think you're looking at?
It depends, the price we got for MVR was $50,000.
Will that broadband help Nantahala?
Pardon?
Will broadband help Nantahala School?
Well, the problem there is there's no Viper signal to boost. Now, the state law will allow the local emergency management to allow us to boost some other signal, like a UHF or DHF signal, if we can get one. And I've talked to Mr. Cave about that, and he's trying to figure out what signal we could boost over there. There's some kind of convoluted radio system they have now. It kicks to 2 or 3 different places before they can talk, and they can't talk back and forth. They have to talk to the other systems, emergency services, or whatever, which is not a good way to do it. So if we can find some good signal to boost, that'd be great. Or just any kind of signal.
At Nantahala, for instance, when there's no signal to boost, the way that law's written,
Not required.
it's not required.
Not
So
required.
if there's no signal there to begin with, you don't have nothing to boost, so it would not be required there. And I think, speaking of that, it's my understanding that this law, especially with respect to, it's met some opposition with, because it applies to every commercial building. If it's over 9,000 square feet currently, 7,200 square feet currently, then you have to have this boosting system. And it's, I know that our legislators have received numerous complaints, might even be discussing looking at that, changes in that legislation forthcoming. So there's still a lot of moving parts with respect to this, and but nonetheless, it is a requirement and it's a safety feature, and we'll get into many of these particulars at these locations. But we did, in foreseeing this, we increased capital funding, as you'll recall, to public education this year by about $100,000, and it'll be Jack working with the school system, and if they identify those as capital priorities, then they certainly can use that allocation for those.
I would mention too, since we're going to be doing a renovation project at the Highlands, what will have to happen in Highlands to get that to work? There's 3 buildings at the Highlands School. You have the middle grade school, you have the main building, you have the gym. We tested all of them. The middle grade school, which is the one where the renovations will take place, has the highest roof line. So that would be the building to put the antenna on to boost the signal. But we'd have to run fiber to the main building and to the gym. What I'm suggesting and recommending is that while we're doing the renovation, go ahead and put the system in that school, because it's going to be cheaper to do that while we've got the guts tore out of it, and to renovate it and then go back and try the guts out of it. So I would propose that we see if that's palatable for the board to do at this time while we're doing renovation. That could probably also be included with the GMP.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It doesn't sound like it's not going to be a hundreds of thousands dollar item. It's going to be a tens of thousands dollar item.
Yes.
So something certainly that we could absorb in that. Yeah, and we'll have that discussion when that time comes.
When I have the proposals, I'll certainly share them with you.
And you get back with us on Nantahala.
Yeah, as soon as Mr. Cave and I figure out what we can do.
Just worries they're isolated.
They're very isolated, and they're kind of in a basin where they're at, and most of the radio signals go right over their head.
But still, and yet though, with this particular system, you could have it in there,
Still not.
and it's no different than it is sitting there today. So that's one thing we got to remember. Each site will have its particulars.
And that side is its own problems, because there may have to be some kind of signal kicked down to that school from a place that we don't even have right now.
But you could only imagine that broadband, if you've got the ability to make a call from Wi-Fi, you don't have that now there. So that's going to increase it exponentially from what it is currently.
These systems also give you my understanding is a cell phone signal as well. So if we could get the fiber, I don't know about the UHF and VHF. Don't know. Okay.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Jerry. Let's see. Okay, the consideration approval of the interlocal agreements with Macon County Board of Education.
Mr. Shields, I think we need
Did I
to.
miss one?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
10B.
What was it?
This is simply the approval. This board will need to approve the notice of public hearing for the financing of New Franklin High School at approximately $76.3 million. The hearing will be held on August 13th, 2024 at 6 o'clock p.m. This again will be required the August 13th. At the August 13th meeting, we will have approvals. This board will consider adopting the preliminary findings resolution along with a final approving resolution for these funds at August 13th at this public hearing. But what this allows us to do is remain on schedule with this project to be on the LGC schedule for the September meeting, and with anticipation of the LGC considering approving this financing on September 10th, bond sale on September 11th, close on that public sale on September 26th. So in order to remain on this schedule as we've anticipated and continue this project on the trajectory that it currently is, we will need to have this public hearing on August 13th, and this board's approving this notice tonight will ensure that that happens.
And that'll be on the 13th.
Yes, but the action necessary tonight is just to approve this notice.
Is that through a motion that you're approving?
That will need a motion and a second.
I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Young, seconded. Any further discussion? Not all in agreement, raise your right hand. Thank you. 3-2, let's say all of,
5-0.
was it 5-0? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further questions on 10B? Let me ask you a question, and it's just curiosity. Will it be as long as it is tonight? The public hearing, is it it's just a very short thing. Okay, thank you. But we're gonna have another one on this night. So we're gonna have that, I call it A, B, and C, and this is the A that we have that night, but, whatever A is.
Yeah, yes.
Wastewater or something. Okay.
No, that's right.
Don't lay out, John. No, you're not.
Did you include the Taylor thing?
Yeah, I got them now. You don't have the numbers until I give them to you. I mean, yes, I've got those all fixed except for Nantahala. That one's not done.
So we're gonna vote
Start
on those.
Nantahala, approve the other
Motion to
three.
approve the other three.
Well, I can make some amendments. So on the first, I'm sorry, we'll look at, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. Higdon's jumping ahead here.
Hey, that's good. We're moving right along.
Trying to prompt him.
Okay, we got we were just giving these tonight, though, right? Weren't we?
What's that, Mr.
Should we bring that in August?
Yes, so we're on to the
Interlocal.
agreements, and there was some discussion last meeting, and Mr. Henning and I have conversed, and these revisions are, you all didn't get the finals probably until late today, and some of those numbers still weren't in there. So on the first one, on the Macon Middle School track project, the numbers that go in section 2, paragraph H are, that last sentence says, at the time of this agreement is executed, available funding consists of remaining contingency funds from the LOB's project in the amount of $750,800, and an appropriation approved by the county commission at its regular meeting on May 14th, 2024, in the amount of $180,000. So, Macon Middle School project, that is the interlocal agreement with the Board of Education, and those are the numbers that go in that one. I realize you all really haven't had a chance to review those since it was brought that we needed to have some issues with it at the last meeting.
I'm just looking at these,
Wait.
I guess, sorry. They all have pre-audits. I can't pre-audit until I can pre-audit Macon Middle School track because that money is appropriated, but I cannot pre-audit, Franklin High School or Highlands School because the money's not appropriated yet. So, just FYI. We can approve these, but we can't really execute them because I can't pre-audit something that's not funded.
You want to do it in August?
Well, if we went ahead and, we've already got 2 public hearings on for August. One of them has to do with, well, I guess the first one's not a public hearing, but we're going to revisit the issue of the soil erosion control, so that's probably going to require a lot of public comment. And so, yes, if you would like to go ahead and make that, add that to that meeting and make it last a little longer, that'd be fine.
I've already missed over the night. Is that a consensus or
This would require a vote if we wanted to do.
motion to approve, motion to postpone to August? Fill in the blank.
Mr. Trigg, I'm sorry, I don't think Tammy got that motion.
I got it. Postpone until August.
I thought he said motion to approve.
She didn't copy that.
Change that.
But we're approving all 3 of these.
What is the motion?
And my comments weren't made to try to not get these approved tonight. I just wanted to make that known for the record. I can pre-audit Macon Middle School track, but I can't pre-audit the other 2.
She can't pre-audit in August either.
No, but there's nothing hindering us from approving these tonight. This
Right.
just lays out the plan that there's a not to exceed amount on the projects. Who's responsible for what on the projects is more of that type of documentation.
Well, LGCP, anything like that, I mean, it'd probably be good to have it in place, or to have it, even if it's not.
We normally do because the school has to deed that property to
Right.
us, and then we have to lease it back to them.
Right.
So,
Go ahead
you
and
know,
do it.
all of this is just normal part of moving forward with projects
Yeah.
with the school.
So it would be my recommendation that we go ahead and make a motion to approve it tonight.
That's right. Yeah.
And with that addition that I added for the numbers for the
Macon Middle School track.
Macon Middle School tract, and then we can present that then to the school board for its confirmation of the same. And just for, just some of this stuff gets kind of complicated just because of the general statutes are somewhat ambiguous. For example, one statute says that the county has to build any school that is building on school property that is titled in its name. However, the school itself doesn't have the ability to get a loan because it doesn't have the ability to tax. So therefore, the only way you can get a loan is to move the property into the county's name away from the school, which is actually in conflict with the statute that says has to be built on school property. So there's some, that's the reason for this interlocal agreement, why some of it appears to say things that aren't the way it really works, but that's what we have to say in order to make it work for the various statutes. And so that was what Mr. Henning was talking about several months ago when we had the joint meeting with the school board, was that he and Chester had got these things kind of narrowed down and worked their way through the various statutes to make it work. So we just did some minor tweaking to those with regard to the Highlands project and the Franklin High School. I think that we're good on both of those at this point. So now if we could entertain a motion to approve.
Of the interlocal agreements? with
Yeah,
Macon
well,
County
we need to
Board
do
of
them one at
Education?
a time. So the first one is the Macon Middle School tract with those numbers, with those amendments that I previously
Now, I don't have those in my, if we got this today, I don't have monetary.
Right, and I just said those out loud, so Tammy had them.
Yeah,
Okay.
we will insert those into the agreement.
Okay.
So Paul's motion dies for lack of second, right?
Sure.
This time I'd like to make a motion. We approve the interlocal agreement for the Macon Middle School track project.
Okay. Good, second?
Second.
Then second?
Danny,
Dan? Mr. Antoine?
all in favor?
Right hand?
All right, I'm sorry, so go ahead and do it. No, let, you say it so that everybody
Yeah, you
hears.
need to say it, sorry.
All in favor?
All in favor, raise your right hand.
I haven't read it, but I guess I'll vote for it.
4 to 1.
4 to 1.
Okay, so then the next one is the
Franklin High School.
Franklin High School project, and there is I do have one thing that I need to revise on that one, and that is the number on section 3G7. The number that was originally put in there is 137 million. The actual number that needs to be revised to is $137,624,444. $137,624,444.
137 million.
That one.
624,444.
Make a motion to approve, Chairman.
62444.
You got it?
Same numbers and pages.
Second?
No, we need a motion to approve.
I just did.
Oh, I'm good.
Make a motion to approve.
Very good.
Any further discussion? If not, all in agreement, raise your right hand.
No, gotta
What?
have a second.
Who seconded?
I made a motion.
Then I say.
Second.
Now we're into discussion. Any more of that? All right, all in, let's vote, all in agreement? Raise your right hand.
Josh, did you ready?
Yeah, I
So we got 3.
Larry, put it on here. See, this is Franklin High School. All right, then let's go to the Highlands. Is that where we're going?
Highlands, yes. And as presented, that one I believe is correct. That number, again, is on section 3G7 is $8,575,068.
Sir.
You go back to that. You're the main man. Okay.
Oh, yeah? I'll make a motion, the $8,575,000. These 068 in the local agreement of Highlands School project. Thanks.
That's a motion. Second? I'll second it.
Very good.
Any further discussion? If not, raise your right hand for voting.
4.
For.
All opposed.
All opposed? Whoops.
1.
That shows you how to do it.
Then the Halo project, Mr. Henning and I are still working on that, and we don't have, that one may be difficult because we don't have a clue what that dollar amount's going to be to build that septic system. So we may be a little bit of ways on that, just as far as getting a dollar figure for that. Because that number has, even though the Board of Education and the school system is running point on that, they really can't do anything, obviously, until the county allocates the money.
We don't need to be putting out RFPs or RFQs or whatever till we get on the property and have a plan.
Paul's volunteered.
No. Put it off till January.
So there's nothing to do on that one at this time. So
No,
we're
no
on,
action needed on.
no action needed on that one, and we're on to 10D.
All right, there we go.
Indeed.
Make it short, Gary.
I hear you. Consideration approval of transfer funds from economic development. Okay. Let me see who's, any,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jenkins couldn't be here with us tonight, but we are happy to have Ms. Colleen Strickland and Coach Josh Brooks with us tonight. And they're with the CTE program. I think, you know, we've discussed the CTE program many times, and I think it goes without saying the tremendous job and growth that program's seen due to your team and what you guys have been able to accomplish, which is outstanding. What this proposes here is to take $50,000 and again from the Economic Development Reserve Fund, and again use this to support a partnership between Macon County and the CTE program for an internship program. And that's what we're proposing to do. And I think if any of you, if either of you would like to add to that, certainly feel free to at this time.
I'd just like to say thank you for entertaining this opportunity for our students. We've all been working together on this for the last 3 years, and we're at the point now where we're ready to make this next step, where we have our students who have completed pathways and who've earned credentials, and now they're ready to go work alongside the employers.
And again, this is not general fund money. It comes from the Economic Development Reserve Fund, which is for promoting economic development. And these programs, which are putting these students right in the pipeline for the workforce, there's no more pure form of economic development than that.
that's right.
Just want to say thank you for sticking around. Thank you to that young man right there for sitting through a 4-hour meeting.
Yes, sir.
Pretty impressive, and at this time, I'll make a motion to approve.
I second that motion.
Any further discussion?
Can you just clarify your motion,
Oh,
please, or add?
yeah.
Motion to approve.
Motion to
Budget
approve.
amendment number 1 is actually part of that item, so if you'll say motion to approve budget amendment number 1, please, sir.
Motion to approve budget amendment number 1,
Thank you.
consideration and approval to transfer funds from EDC to fund general fund to support partnership.
Thank you, sir.
We have a second. Any further discussion?
How much is in that EDC reserve fund there? For
And I just shut my computer down, so sorry.
you, I'd ask that.
Maybe 400 to
Never mind,
500,000.
Like the stuff.
Did you hear,
I'd ask people.
did you hear what you said?
Did you?
4,500.
4,500?
No, I said maybe 400 to 500,000, but I really don't know. And I literally just shut my computer down.
4,500,000.
We're not right in the back.
4,500,000?
No. We've got at least 50,000, I can say that.
Yeah.
Put it on Derek's bill.
For sure.
All right, let's see.
We need a vote.
Call the
Anything?
question.
I thought we already voted on it.
No, we didn't.
All right. All for both, all in agreement, raise your right hand. Wire my hand down.
Got 5.
How much?
5.
5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Coach.
11A. Motion to approve 11A.
Second. Let's see.
That's quick and easy. Thank you.
You got a motion and second. Any further discussion on 11A? All in agreement, raise your hand, right hand. Just approve of raise your right leg. Heard.
11B, gentlemen, it's the same thing. As you'll recall, we've approved the receiving settlement funds 2 previous times. This board has, What has happened here is a settlement has now been reached with Kroger, and similar to qualifies to receive approximately $159,269 over the next 11 years. From this settlement, we will need to go ahead and authorize, basically this resolution will authorize me to sign on and submit into this system, Macon County, to receive these funds. So our attorneys prepared this resolution in accordance with the guidance that's been prepared from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, and we're proposing it for approval at this time.
Motion to approve.
Second. Second. Any more discussion? Call for a vote. Right hand. Anybody not do it?
I don't know, Paul, did you vote in favor? That was 5.
Twice.
Okay.
Okay,
I
6.
like that. Okay. Consent agenda.
No, we got
Approval
Macon
of
County
time.
Transit.
Okay, got you covered.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'll keep this very short and sweet. Every 3 years, we are required to update our Title VI program plan. I have been through this whole program and I have updated it. The main updates were with the census data that's in it. It's the 2020 census data. I've also already had this plan approved by the Office of Civil Rights and NCDOT IND. So I'm just asking that you guys approve this plan, make a motion to approve it so that Mr. Chairman and Mr. Rowland can sign it.
Basically, to receive federal funding.
Yes.
Motion. I'll make a motion. You got a second?
Yeah, I second, Chair.
Thanks, sir. Any further discussion? All in agreement, raise your right hand. Ms. Ashley, appreciate you staying all night with us.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Darlene.
Did it work on time this morning?
Oh, yeah.
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, all in agreement, raise your right hand. Okay. 13, let's see, we've done 13A, so 13B, Mr. Antoine.
Abby, was that the only applicant that we had for this appointment? Yeah, all right, well, motion to approve this library appointment for, how do you say the last name?
I can't pronounce it.
Kirkuru? Philip Kirkuru.
Oh, from Highlands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tammy, you need to see this, or you can spell it, or you don't?
No, I got it.
You got it, that's good. Mr. Antoine, what's your motion to accept?
Yes.
Second?
You second? I'll second it.
Second, John. Any further discussion? If not all in agreement, raise your right hand. Thank you, Mr. Antoine. Any questions? Rock and roll.
Thanks for sticking around.
Motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Okay, and that motion is pursuant to 143-318.11A3. Speak with an attorney and receive legal advice.
Do we go downstairs to go into closed session?
No, we can go right back here.
Do you know an attorney we're gonna meet with?
Well, we were going to bring an attorney, but I didn't say an expert.
All right, we're going into closed session. Let me get on my papers.
Second.
Second. Any further discussion?
Aye.
So moved.
Let's go.